Oh my god, what the fuck is going on here? There we go. I'm sure I just want to slide over here. Yeah, fuck it. Ah, this shit's absurd looking. Oh, yeah. Ew. There we go. And it's about as good as it's gonna get. It's come for you. Alright, let's get this bowl of smoked. Get this bowl of smoked and have a little fun for the and enjoy ourselves and all that fun shit. Oh my fucking god, this goddamn. Come on. Hold up. Yeah, of course. Foot. There we go. Come on, get out. There we go. There we go. There we go. Ugh, fucking ridiculous. Oh, ridiculous. There we go. Alright, let's get smoked. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh my goodness. There we go. Wish. Goddamn fucking. We didn't have a main counter at my workplace, honestly. I'm so done with it. I hate it. It's like a really goddamn annoying ass fucking just like it's just a part of our department. It's like I'm literally on like a second of closing that shit, and then there's like a line of fucking people that want meats. And of course it's like the dirtiest fucking meats too. Or at least the messiest ones, where it's just like, someone's getting some fucking pastrami, some goddamn roast beef, fucking buffalo chicken. Sauciest, dirtiest fucking meats. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. It's just like, does that really have to just be my unfortunate, like, situation? But, alas, it was. And it sucked. Ugh. Definitely, just hate those fucking moments at work where it's just like you get ambushed with like a line of people because everyone wants to grab like some from like one specific counter, like all at one time. It's not like, you know, people show up like one person shows up and then someone else shows up a little later. It's like they all show up at once. It's like, come on, man. Like, for real. And, yeah, I guess, for real. It's been my existence. At this point, I'm pretty much at like a no fucks given mentality in the sense that I've just been playing my Bluetooth after my first break, and I have not heard anything about any complaints or anything, so I'm okay with that. And I've been playing shit like Hailstorm and fucking, you know, Glory Hammer. Actually, I mean, honestly, Glory Hammer's fine because there's nothing really like overly vulgar about it, but Hailstorm is definitely vulgar. And I've been playing a lot of that, and surprisingly still haven't heard anything. I figured there'd be at least some Karen being like, quite what that mean thing? It's so vulgar. But nope. Guess not. Which, hey, I'm okay with. Besides, even if that's the case, I just say, oh, sorry, I'll turn it down. I'll turn it off, but I'll turn it down for you. Proceeds to turn it up louder. That is something that I would do, too. I would just honestly turn it up louder. Make everyone a story heard. Just fuck it. Make everyone dear it. Yeah, goddamn. Oh, God, this fucking piece of shit. There we go. Oh my fucking God. There we go. Hopefully it won't fucking move, but I'm pretty sure it will. Well, it kinda did. I already can tell it will. Motherfucker. What the fuck? Burp. Cool. What is... Oh my God, Harley. What the fuck happened here? Is got Portland police fucking chasing him? He got in a fight with homeless people? Harley, what the fuck? Let's fight the cops. Harley escapes down the alley. I think I lost him. I crossed the railroad tracks and I don't see him anymore. Had to take a shit, so I crossed the bridge and I was under the bridge by the dock. I was using the restroom, and then these homeless people started harassing him. Or harassing me. And I was trying to steal his shit. And I was fucking hit him upside the head with my steering wheel. And somebody walking by called the cops. Oh my God. Man, I hate it when some fucking, like, moral, like, wannabe heroes, like, let me call the police and just, like, be a fucking hero here. It's like, fuck off, oh my god. And as soon as they seen the flashing lights, fucking took off. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised the Portland police actually responded so fucking quickly to something. They literally passed me on the bridge going in the direction that I came from, so I'm not surprised they came so fast. So. Well, at least it didn't stop for him. Right leg hopping that fence by limping home now. Damn, he hopped the fence and now he's limping home. Damn, oh, poor guy. Poor Harley. What the fuck? Aye, dude. Harley, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? What mischief are you getting yourself into? Harley down one leg, and with a steering wheel and remains of a Mountain Dew. America. God damn it, Rip City. Harley, what the fuck, man? How do you... I mean, I guess it's not his fault. Like, I mean, homeless people are trying to jump his ass, and I would smack him upside the head with the steering wheel, too. I'm just more annoyed by some bougie NIMBY that is just trying to call the police on Harley. It's just like, fuck off. Like, I mean, goddamn, dude. Slip repeat, I got it truly in your honor. Hey. I too got truly. Dude, I was just reading the shit on the group chat. Dude, fucking Harley, bro. He got jumped by some homeless people, and then some bougie fucking cunt, you know, was like, let me, like, call the police, because, oh my god, this scares me, and I don't like that. I'm actually surprised the fucking cops showed up so damn quick. But still, it's just like, what the fuck, dude? I mean, Harley had every right to, like, you know, defend himself anyway. Pineapple orange punch. Ooh, that's a good flavor.
Yeah. You wanna know where you are, laddie? Y'all right there. Let me tell ya. I'm way in the Caribbean breeze. The sunshine beating down.
Fucking hair.
With a price on my head. Younger run from the British crown. Last week in Port Royal, I stole a ship and killed the crew.
Alright, there we go.
Sail on a moonlit sky.
Man. Oh, it's pretty good. Dude, I mean, like I said, it's a good flavor, dude. You picked a good flavor. Tortuga. Winco had it this morning. I hadn't had a seltzer in a while, so I got it. Nice. Tortuga. Yeah, honestly, at least, you know, despite, like, I don't think you were in here yet, but I was kind of bitching about, like, my meat counter being fucking busy today. Like, as I was trying to close out a little early, because there's only 2 of us for most of today. And, like, as I was literally about to close up that fucking thing, like, a line of, like, 3 or 4 people showed up and wanted the most dirtiest fucking meats. Like, London broil, pastrami, like, buffalo chicken, shit like that. And it's like, why does everyone want, like, the most, like, dirtiest, or, like, really just the messiest fucking meats? They have, like, all this, like, sauce and juice on it and all this sort of stuff. Just, ugh. Found a weird pipe thing floating in the river and managed to tie it up to a tree, so hopefully it'll sink in the sand when the water level decreases. We can use it for bonfires. A weird pipe thing? Nice. Well, hopefully no one fucks with it.
something wrong when you can be wrong with me.
See what a little tune I can. I don't know. Ugh. It's kind of. Oh, we're still playing some tunes. Let's see what random things I can find here. Oh, actually, let me see if I have like comment notification. Oh my god, I do. Oh, it's a rip. Okay, so I don't know if you know about this YouTube guy called like Billy Ginger or Ginger Billy. I forgot which. It's one of the two. The guy is, you know, kind of like does like some comedy and shit every now and then. And he did this weird video where he's wearing these like fucking like weird ass like boots and shit. And dead ass, bro. I'm honestly like I'm actually happy I actually have notifications because I've been meaning to actually show this. So it's like, goddamn, Billy's been in the Bud Lights again because I guess estrogen and shit. And oh my god, there's a lot of people responding to my shit, dude. Cause, where's my shit? Cause I said, yeah, here it is. Still offended by a bear, Lamau, goddamn services are sensitive. Like, cause honestly, that's basically what it is. Just like someone getting fucking, like triggered and offended over a fucking beer. It's just like, are you fucking serious? Like, really? And of course, I literally just get this absurd fucking, like, people just freaking the fuck out. Did you just assume my political identity? And also, still offended by a beer. Those who just forgot who the consumers were. Has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with values. Like, you got, like, what's that have to do with, like, what the fuck does this even mean? I can't believe that got even 6 likes. Like, what does this even mean, dude? Like, yeah, it does have to do with politics, because it's meant to, like, derive from the fact that, you know, that Anheuser-Busch makes a fucking shitload of profit and doesn't really give one fuck or another about, like, who they're, you know, trying to sell to. Like, that's the whole point. Like, they don't give a fuck one way or another. Like, it has nothing to, like, because corporations don't got values besides profit maximization, and we use politics, you know, to do that. Like, what a fucking retard. Wait, what is this? Your middle name must be Ant. Well, obviously identifies the right-wing chuckle fuck. That's what I mean, dude. And also this, your middle name must be Ant. Ignore Ant Husky. What does this even mean? Like, what? Oh, like ignorant. And then you got this one, which is pretty obviously like fascist. Okay, groomer. Like, pretty obvious. My identity is unoffended, which evidently you're fucking offended because you're responding to my shit. Dude, I nailed him, bro. Got him. Got him. I love how I got him, dude. Like, look how easy it is to offend these people. Like, honestly, look how easy it is to trigger them all. You seriously triggered the cons. Good job. Dude, literally all I said, it was so simple. I didn't even mean to, really. I just said still offended by a beer? Was this Shapirville? No, it's this video.
Go check out my brand new all-terrain hiking boots.
Hiking boots.
These boots stylish, but they're also very durable.
I actually like this guy. This dude is actually funny.
Be nimble, like a gazelle, while being
like a gazelle,
like a cheetah,
like a fast, like a cheetah. He just starts running in the woods. It's just like, it's a dude who makes comedy videos. He's kind of like a rednecky kind of guy a little bit. A redneck with booty shorts. Yeah, like, dude, it's just like kind of a redneck kind of comedy YouTuber. Yeah, that's kind of who he is. Yeah, basically, that's just kind of who he is. I mean, he doesn't really make any politics videos at all. I've never seen any videos of his that are politically, like, or political at all, really, as far as I'm aware. He's just kind of a redneck dude, obviously, but he makes a lot of, you know, comedy videos and comedy skits, and this is one of them. Like, that's all it was. And you had some person who made a comment, you know, being like, oh, he's on the Bud Light again because of the whole fucking Bud Light bullshit. And I made one little thing being like, y'all still offended over that? And I fucking got at least like 5 or 6 of them to freak the fuck out on me. Literally just because I said that. It's like, what a way to prove my point. You all are fucking sensitive. Fucking sensitive ass little bitches. And then you have a lot of people just being like, nailed it and laughing and being like, this is the best comment and all this other shit. So it's kind of obvious. I mean, it's the comment that inferred it in the first place. I mean, that's all. All I did was just do some basic observation. That's it. I mean, like, goddamn. It's not really that hard to trigger the cons. I mean, it's just like, can you trigger them to the point where they all fucking freak the fuck out? If you get like a couple of them, it's whatever. But if you get like a whole like fucking like response chain in like going on there, then yeah. All I have to say though is, got him. But yeah, like I said though, it's not even a political video at all. It's just like, you know, the redneck guy that makes comedy skits and shit. I mean, I'm sure he has politics are conservative. Honestly, I bet they are. But like his videos aren't about that. Like I said, I haven't seen anything that he's made that's political oriented. It's all stuff like that, basically. It's just kind of him taking the piss out of things and just kind of be funny and a little raunchy and just absurdist. Like, that's kind of who he is, and he's funny. I kind of like him. That's why I've subscribed to him. I mean, just because I find his humor a little just absurdist, and I like that. But, whatever, you know? My humor's complicated. I mean, I listen to music about pirate ships eating bags of dicks, for fuck's sake. I mean, it's like, I mean, my humor and my interests are very complicated. But either way, it's just like, I just love how if someone wants to just like subtly invert their politics, if someone makes a basic observation, and then suddenly just everyone freaks the fuck out over it, it's like you're somehow the problem. It's like, what, really? And I wasn't even, like, being, like, overtly attacking, you know, or, like, overtly, like, aggressive. I'm just saying, guys are sensitive. Y'all still triggered over a beer. That's all. That's all I said. But, oh, no, God forbid I ever say that. Use the snowflakes again? Honestly, the one that kind of gets me is just the OK Groomer one. It's like there's no... Oh, it's my roommate. Woohoo, my favorite Hailstorm song. I've yet to find a karaoke of this. I have found a karaoke of Pirate Metal Drinking Crew, but I haven't found one of this. They did play this too. I'm in Lamborghini, I'm flip-flop by my side. I love how that's a literal lyric. I just straight up love that that is like a lyric in this in any song, let alone an Hailstorm song. Just any like in that like this is the only song in the existence of music in human history that has in my Lamborghini with a flintlock by my side. Like leave it to Chris, you know, like to just like fucking like to have a Lamborghini and a flintlock interwoven into just one lyric. I mean, it's like, honestly, he's trademarked it. He's trademarked that lyric as far as I'm concerned. Nothing else matters to me. We're only here to get lit, talk shit, and drink all your whiskey. Nothing else is soon you will see. We're only here to have fun. shit cleaned out. Yeah. There we go. That's better. Yeah. That's why I love these Toka Pokers. Clean this little fucker. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Get the last little bit of you bullshit in there. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Ugh. Annoying. There we go. Oh my god, dog. Zooks. Hey. Bro. Yeah, that's right. Get over here. Whoa. Oh, well, hi. Hello. Hey, back off. Alright, up here. Hello. Yeah. Paul? Alright, this is the... Oh, and this is the pastrami that some motherfucker wanted me to cut that's fresh. That's like a fresh piece of salami, and it was so fucking dirty, and it made it so hard to goddamn clean that fucking slicer. Fuck the person that wanted this, low-key, though. I get it, you want your salami, or pastrami. Pastrami is pretty good. The pastrami is, you know, good. I understand. But, low-key, though, fuck you. That dog wants that pastrami. Well, it's for him. All this is for him. Like, I know he wants the pastrami. I'm just trying to show it without him trying to eat the damn thing. Oh my god, though. He is a sweet little boy, though. Hey, what's this? Huh. You two just kind of had this down here, but it does have an Ailstorm song in it. It's called Pirate Scorn. Curse of the Crystal Coconut. Is it a Donkey Kong short? Is this actually a Donkey Kong short? Like, seriously? Or like an animated short? I think it is. Turn it up. I'm pretty sure this is. I think this is. I've seen this guy's animation. This guy's animations are great. It is. I recognize it. Yep, it is. Dude, this is fucking dope. Dude, Ailstorm has a Donkey Kong song? They actually have a song reference. Okay. Oh my god. Ailstorm just got better. Like, the song is actually direct. Dude, okay. Dude, the song is actually directly referential for, like, Donkey Kong and shit. And this whole animation was made for it, too. Dude. Fucking awesome. Oh my god, this actually... Oh my... Okay, Ailstorm just got way fucking cooler. This is a fucking awesome animation. I like that. Okay, that was just fucking great. Oh my god, that was so fucking cool! Holy shit, dude, that deserves a fucking like right there. Oh my god, that was so cool, dude! Oh shit, there's... Oh, I just released a new one? There's a whole fucking new one here? You just released this one, too. Oh, does it even not want to load? Boo! Ah, fine, YouTube. But damn, dude, that was that guy's animations are fucking great. That was a really good one, too. What was that, like a year ago, right? Yeah, only about a year ago. Yeah, because he's the guy who made the Ailstorm's party music video, too. Which I've seen that. I've seen that a bunch of times. But he has a bunch of other ones in here. He's done all sorts of animations, and all of them are really fucking cool in their own way. What are you doing over there, bro? What are you doing, doggo? Oh, yeah. Let's see what's going on for the two now. Let's see. Let's have enough of the lollygagging. Oh my god, I keep getting the fucking Glory Hammer memes. Like, ever since I've been, like, watching some of these memes, like, now YouTube won't stop recommending them to me. It's like, I guess honestly it shows how extensive like the community, or at least the fans of Glory Hammer, like how extensive they are. Where there's like a shitload of memes made by them. So I could get down with that. I mean, it's a really fucking memeable band though. That's kind of the point. It's not really meant to be that serious. But that's honestly especially why I love Chris Bowles, the guy that started Ailstorm and Glory Hammer. Because, like, I mean, for being a really talented musician, like, he could have easily done, like, all sorts of, like, different, like, legit, like, serious work. But he kind of, like, takes the piss a little bit with it and just, like, you know, does things that, you know, aren't serious. I mean, Glory Hammer isn't necessarily serious, and Ailstorm sure shit ain't. But at the same time, it sounds fucking epic and awesome. That's what I love about it. I'm especially excited for Glory Hammer's new album too. That's coming out in about like 2 weeks, I think, or about like a week and a half, about. Because I kind of want to see where the story leads, you know. Because with the last album, with the triptych that they have so far, like, or at least as it stands right now. Like the last album, Angus is, you know, dies, but obviously if this new album, he is resurrected, and, you know, it's basically like this new iteration. You know, where this new vocalist Sozo comes into play. So, I mean, it would be kind of interesting to kind of see where the story arc goes this time around. But also kind of gives more of a backstory to Zarkothraks, to the antagonist. Actually, this would be Zarkothraks here. Whenever you hear this voice, that would be him. This. Oh. Honestly, like the story of like Glory Hammer just goes so hard. I fucking love it. And there's like no reason for it to be going as hard as it does. But it just does, and it's so good. And it all starts literally because of like an ancient Scottish feud. So, of course, it's, you know, a Scottish feud that is literally the start of how all this begins. Here, actually, let me, I can even, I could improve a lot of that, too. Here. Because, like I said, like, even with, like, the story of the first album, this shit goes hard. With the story and just, like, the lore in itself. Yeah. The Scott video. Awesome! I'm surprised this band is only a decade old. Because the first album came out in 2013. But the story takes place in at least a fantasy version of Scotland. Previously foretold in answer through the Dark Prophecy, the evil wizard Zargothax invade and conquers Dundee, which unironically is a real place, by the way. It literally is a real place. Dundee is unironically a real fucking town. Like, straight up, dude. So not only is Dundee a real place, but also the Kingdom of Fife is also a real place, which Dundee also happens to be in. I'm shit you the fuck not. So this is literally like some Scottish fucking like ancient feud shit. So, and this is also where Angus and Fife comes into play as a character, which he swears revenge. In a dream, he has visions of 3 artifacts that will allow him to defeat Zargothax and sets off the quest to inquire him. Which, I mean, I'm pretty sure Crail's another real place. Yep, it's another place in, actually just north of Dundee, but it's within Fife. So Crail's another place. It's where he gets to, like, you know, a lot of his knights and shit. Allying with the powerful knights of Crail. McFife travels through Cowdenbeath, which is also a real town. Like, the shit goes hard, dude. Like, it's based off of, like, real places and shit, too. It's like, this shit's crazy. I fucking love it. It's just amazing. Like, I'm honestly legit just convinced that this was a D&D campaign that eventually just became a band. like all the players of the D&D campaign eventually decided to become a band and just make some albums, and it's just kind of gone from there. Because it honestly, it's fucking worth it. There should honestly be a miniseries of it. Because, like, there's, like, this animated music video, actually for the song that I'm playing now, that is just so damn good. And I'm pretty sure it's by Alex Henderson as well. And, like, because honestly, like, if he were to do, like, a mini-series of, like, you know, like, Glorious Hammer's lore and shit, like, oh my god, I'd melt inside a little bit. Because honestly, I mean, it would work so fucking well. I mean, his animation style is just so damn good, and like, I mean, with his music videos that he has done for Railstorm and Glory Hammer, I mean, it fits so fucking well. And he really should do it. He's definitely got the chops for it. So square nefarious and running a kingdom to its knees. Gargle, what you doing over there? I keep hearing him rummaging for shit, and I don't like that. Makes me suspicious. Makes me suspicious of his actions. I do not like that. It's like, don't make me distrustful of you there, buddy. Don't be like that. It's like, I'm giving you treats. I got you treats and all that shit. It's like, I mean, you don't need to be rummaging for shit, bruh. Back here. Come here. I'll get you one more for right now. Are you gonna come over here? It's getting ready to blow up pastrami. Well, I mean, that's all the pastrami that I had was all the pastrami I had. There ain't no more pastrami after that. Tooks. Okay, whatever. I'll just have it over here for him when he comes over here. He'll eventually come over here. And I keep forgetting it is a Sunday, so there isn't even that much, like, you know, for shit today. It's like, ugh. Certified White Boy, which looks like to be a fashy t-shirt company. Certified White Boy? The fuck? I'm actually curious. I want to look this up. The fuck? Okay, I found their website. So what's their shit? Yeah, Google, just because I'm white doesn't mean I like that trash. I mean, oh, yeah, you're right, dude. Oh, God. What the fuck is this? White privilege is a myth. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, my fucking God. Hey, buddy. Oh, cringe. Crazy white boy. I mean, I'm kind of okay with this one. I like that one. Okay, gay. A grenade with a skull on it, whatever. Oh my God, you can't be fucking serious, brother. Oh my God. White American, hated by many, zero fucks get. Oh my God, dude. Revolt. I feel like this literally can be taken in any interpretation. Crazy ass Peckerwood. Okay. Some slides. Got them slides and shit. Fuck Coca-Cola, be more white. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. Washington Red. Oh my God, this is gay, dude. Oh my fucking God. Oh. Wow, dude. If it's gay, it better have rainbows and be fabulous. No, it's 90s gay. It's like KKK money laundering. Honestly, unironically, the Klan these days is legit kind of more about money laundering and doing shit like this these days, funny enough. So, like, I mean, the Klan isn't really like the whole, like, let's go lynch black people. Like, they're not really like that anymore. Like, they basically have moved on to just being, like, snake oil salesmen and just, like, selling fucking shit like that. Yeah, so, honestly, yeah, likely. I mean, you might honestly have nailed it on the head, dude. There might be, like, it says they're based off of Michigan, so there might be, like, some local clan chapter in Michigan that started this shit. I mean, who fucking knows, dude? I mean, you know, I wouldn't really necessarily be that surprised. All in all. I mean, it's happened before. Chances are, probably it's happened, you know, here, so. Yeah. Fucking hiccups. Go away. Boo! Go away, hiccups. Eh. Okay. They went away. Good. Fuck that shit. I'm seeing a couple things to probably check out. What's that thing? Michigan. Okay, I guarantee you that is a grift from the fascists who attempted to kidnap government pay their legal fees. Oh, it probably is. Oh my god, it likely is, dude. You know what? Now you mention it, it probably is. Oh my god. I mean, if not them, at least, you know, some organization that might be affiliated with them, or at least are aware of them, or willing to try to help them. And donate to legal fees and stuff. So, if not directly, indirectly, yeah. Like, oh my god, dude. Not really that surprised, though. Man, YouTube is seriously fucking like, man, I hate Sundays. Sundays suck. Cause shit be sparse as fuck. And I don't like it. If it is giving me something, it's like literally months or a year old. It's like, god damn it. It's like 90% chance of probably have already talked about that at that time. It's like, god damn it. Boo. Ah, I hate how it's like fucking weekends can be slow. Keep forgetting Sunday. I know, dude. Like, dude, a part of me really has been kind of thinking it's Saturday for some reason. The only reason why I know it's Sunday because, like, now we're technically on our, like, summer closing shifts, which that means we're supposed to close at, like, 9 to 9:30 or whatever the fuck, but today we're just like, fuck that, no, we're not doing that. So that sure shit wasn't gonna happen. But, because, I mean, because now our shifts are until, instead of 9, or it's still 10, but it's now at 11. So, like, I mean, that's kind of annoying. I guess more hours, I suppose, but it's still annoying. Because I'm not exactly, like, you know, wanting to do that if we're so fucking, like, short-staffed at the moment. At least, right now, it's not even really necessarily anyone's fault. I mean, it's just that, like, one of our coworkers is MIA, but he's been just going for some shit, so I'm not even faulting him for it. Like, whatever he's got going on, he needs to just, you know, deal with, you know, it's more important than just, you know, being stuck up at work. So. And either way, it's like, whatever is going on, it's like his phone's dead, so we can't even find out what the hell's going on. Which, I mean, like, that's kind of what makes it a little bit concerning, is that phone off, don't know what's been happening, MIA for like a couple days now. At this point, I'm half tempted to be like, you know, like hitting up the, you know, like even the local beat to be like, are you aware of like, you know, where this person may be? Just, you know, out of curiosity. We've been looking for him for a minute. We'll make sure he's okay. Because honestly, if, you know, especially because he has, his wallet's been, he lost that. And he's been lying on his car right now for, like, the past month and shit. You know, I have, like, kind of this disconcerting notion that he probably, might have gotten pulled over and shit-towed or something. Like, yeah, I mean, right now they are. And I don't know exactly what the whole situation is, because their phone's dead. I mean, I've called them a couple times, and a couple of us at, you know, work have tried doing so, too. I mean, we're just more worried about it more than anything. We're not like, what the fuck? We're just kind of like, are you okay, dude? I mean, we'll make sure you're all right, you know? Like, you know what I mean? Because, like, you know, because we all know he's been kind of going through some, you know, like a rough patch right now. But, you know, it's like, just suddenly, like, boop, you know, it's kind of poof is, just, like, definitely odd. Because usually by this point, even if, you know, there's been a day or two where, you know, he's kind of off the radar for a second, usually, at, like, around this point, he'll pop by and be like, hey, sorry about that, this is what was going on and shit. You know, but, no, not yet. Hopefully he shows up, like, tomorrow or something like that, you know, because that would at least, you know, make you feel better. Be like, yay, nothing happened to you. Good. Well, at least nothing so bad that you're not around. So it's honestly a really cool dude. I always like hanging out with him and shit. So yeah, it's like I do generally hope he is okay. And at least just from what I can tell from like, you know, from even management, that they're also kind of worried about him too. So like, even despite him, you know, essentially no call, no show, and it technically, you know, at this point, you know, could be terminated, I don't think they're doing that to him. So that's good, at least. Because I've at least told the assistant store director about the situation. I mean, it's like, oh, well, you know, I really do hope he's okay, and we'll make sure that, you know, we'll just kind of keep it on standby, and we'll just, you know, try to hear from him, and let me know if you do, and I'm just like, cool. So, I think they're just, you know, like I said, more, you know, just kind of worried about him. Actually, honestly, I'm kind of half tempted to maybe talk to the assistant store director, because I'm kind of liking him a little more than the, you know, than the main manager right now. So I might actually hit him up and be like, hey, you know, if there's like, you know, maybe like some sort of like you know, like kind of like, you know, like outreach, you know, thing that, you know, that we can like, you know, maybe, you know, get him, you know, connected with or some shit. Because I do know, at least, you know, with our union, there's like this whole like member-to-member like kind of program thing within the union where I mean, it's not a lot, but there's a sense of where there's like at least, you know, the system and the thing in place, so where if someone's like down on the luck and shit, there's at least, you know, some sort of monetary slash like you know, means, you know, that can help you out at least a little bit. Whether it's like, you know, getting a check or, you know, getting some stuff, you know, like, you know, something from a food drive, basically, that's, you know, sent to you, essentially. Stuff like that. So, you know, like, I mean, next time I see him and I'm actually able to, like, you know, try to catch up with him a little bit, you know, I'm gonna, like, and also even with my rep, because I've been kind of talking to her lately, too, about some other shit, but I'm gonna try to bring this up to her and see if there's some more direct that he can get in line with, just so he, at least, you know, there's something that could kind of help get him back on his fucking feet right now. Because especially for, like, you know, for all the shit that he's seen and everything, I mean, to basically just, like, you know, fall down this rough and shit, it's like, man, it's like, dude's literally been in fucking Iraq and shit, you know, got disenfranchised, you know, with that, and realized that, you know, the system's fucked a little bit, you know, got into, like, you know, kind of jack of all trades type of thing, where going into different careers and different, like, trades and shit. All sorts of stuff. So, I mean, he's, like, done all sorts of fucking shit. And, you know, for him to be in this situation, it's just like, god damn it. Motherfucker don't deserve that. It's just unfortunate the VA don't really give one fuck either. I mean, that's just, you know, another sad fact. The VA really does fuck all to help, you know, veterans and shit. And he's just like another sad victim of that. Which is bullshit. Which I honestly kind of, you know, adds another extra worry, because, I mean, you know, he's told me some stories about his, you know, time in service and shit, and I know he definitely struggles with shit from that, for sure. And, like, I can only imagine, you know, like, what might be going through right now, you know, with that, on top of, you know, this shit going on and everything else. Oh, come on, play. There we go. Man. You know, I'm gonna check out on Reddit. What's going on the fucking Reddit? There better be some, at least something there. At least there's usually always something to check out over there. Better motherfucking give me something. Let's see here. Another day, another block street. Dude, what are with these fucking pieces of shit in Portland blocking streetcars and Maxes? Bro, of course it's like some wide-ass fucking small dick truck. Like, get your fucking Hyundai, like, actually closer to the fucking... Dude, like, this piece of shit has no excuse for this. No excuse for this. Like, what the fuck is this, my dude? Like, my guy, what the fuck? Like, I mean, you can't park closer to the edge, you dip fuck? You know what, that streetcar has every right to smash that goddamn fucking side window, or side mirror. Fucking dick. Like, what is that shit? What an ass. Man. I hate motherfuckers like that, dude. Dude, like, honestly, like, drivers in Portland are so fucking aggravating, dude. Because, like, there's been times where I'd be, like, riding my bike or, like, you know, just, like, being a pedestrian, mind my biz, doing my thing, hanging out with homies even and shit. And, like, these fucking people driving around do not, pay one fuck of attention, you know, to, like, you know, what they're doing. It's like you don't own the entire fucking, like, you know, apparatus, you know, that you're driving around, you son of a bitch. You don't own the roads or sidewalks or any of that shit. Like, I mean, like, there's a reason why it's, like, yield for pedestrians. There's a reason why that's a thing. Because your shit's more dangerous and, like, frankly, more inconvenient towards everyone else. Consecutive areas if you went to Philly. Dude, I'd probably have endless aneurysms if I went to Philly. Because honestly, dude, like, I mean, what the fuck? That's just, that's annoying. It's like you don't own that whole fucking road, bro. It's like there's light rail, there's other shit going on. It's like, I mean, fucking consider that shit, you oh my god. I mean, it's like, fucking dicks. Their drivers are crazy. Our vegan quinoa drivers are no match for them. Oh yeah. I mean, I bet. I mean, you were in Philly before, so you would know. I honestly would love to go to Philadelphia, but I mean, considering that, I will at least take that into consideration. Cause, like, I mean, all in all, like, I mean, I'd love to check out Philadelphia. I mean, definitely looks like a really cool fucking place, you know. I sure shit would want to hang out with it, but... Pronounce that was hella cringe. Pronouncing what? Quinoa? Quinoa? I don't fucking know, dude. I'm white. I'm not like, you know, fucking enlightened. King Noah. King Oa. King... okay, whatever. King Wa. Wait, what? I found a meme. How would a snake even shoot? What's going on here? Fuck around and find out. True. Transgator, dude. I like it. The transgator. The fuck? Oh my god, what? There's like some gigantic fucking like horror movie sci-fi-esque anaconda, you know, like just out in the background. That's, you know, after he ate Owen Wilson, about to fucking like murk this gator. Stay fuck from away from our kids, freak. Well, I normally would be concerned, but you're just like merely like balancing the gun. Like, there's no way you could shoot that, so have fun. Like, the gator's gonna eat you just as much as it's eating that small one after, you know, the small one's an appetizer. You're the meal, dude. You're the buffet. So, yeah, good luck with that. Oh, Fash, say what? Good lord. Snake's gonna get ripped by gators. I mean, for real, dude. Oh, what's this? Asian guy defending himself after being harassed. Based. Well, the defending himself part is based, by the way, just to clarify. So you probably got, like, you know, some... okay, well, the person attacking us and the guy is a white boy. So we got a Cracker Barrel going on here. He has a taser, so... Tase him, bro. Do it. Tase him. Tase him. Tase him. Oh, well. Damn. Got a few glops. Oh my god, he kicked off the flops. He kicked off the fucking flops. Oh, good shit. Oh, knockout. Ooh. Oh my god, wow, dude. What? Dude, chivalry. Holy shit, dude. My boy got chivalry. He's helping him up after giving him the knockout punch. Dude, he's more of a man than I am, frankly. I would have just left him there. Damn, dude, honestly, that's some chivalry at the end there. After he gave him the knockout punch, he helped him up a little bit. You know, I'd like, wow, you know, legitimately some fucking respect on that guy. He defended himself, and, you know, he didn't step out of line or anything like that. After he knocked him out, he eliminated the threat, and if anything, he actually helped him up a little bit. It's like, all right, here, get out of the road, basically. It's like, I mean, you know what? Dude, that, respect. Based. That, dude, my boy was based. My Asian friend there was based as fuck right there. Like, he was intending to tase him, but I think, you know, because he bumped into the car, like, that stumbled him and it dropped out of his hand. So, he just had his fists there. So, I mean, you know, but hey, like, dude, my guy knew how to fucking fight, bro. Like, he knew how to fucking throw some fists. He threw a few good ones in there, and then there was just, like, one that just, like, bonk, and he just went down. Like, I mean, good on him, dude. Good on him for standing up for himself. Fuck yeah. That's some good shit. I'm actually kind of surprised the person in the car didn't, like, get out or anything. They just sort of like, they're probably like, oh, fuck, I'm just gonna stay in here. Damn. But honestly, though, legit, respect. I like that. I like to see shit like that. Someone fucked around and they found out. And they ate some asphalt. 90%. Oh my god, I'm already starting. Okay, hold on. Okay, before. Okay, I heard you start. Okay, hold on. Okay, that already was about to make me laugh. I took a sneak peek before even delving into it. I need to at least see this first. Okay. 90% of millennial couples look like this. Okay. Okay, I don't even know if I'm ready for it. Oh my god. I mean, like, huh? Like, is this supposed to be a gotcha? Cause, like, I mean, I don't even get it, dude. Like, you got Rumpelstiltskin, who looks like a fucking retired old man who just, like, you know, worked his pension off. And then Shrek, like getting ready to do a drag show or something. And he's, like, halfway through his makeup? I don't fucking know. Like, I mean, am I supposed to be offended or scared or, like, disgusted by that or something? I mean, I'm a little disgusted at the idea of Rumpelstiltskin and Shrek, you know, getting their thing on, but, you know, but whatever. I mean, you know, more power to that person thinking about that.
Who would ever think about that?
Oh my god, you don't even want to know, dude. Okay, there's there's an entire meme called Shrek is Love is Shrek is Life. I'm not even gonna explain what it is. That's all I'm gonna say, because it basically started, you know, like this weird thing about what I was just referring there. There's a whole thing. There's memes like that one need not tread when it comes to Shrek. There's a lot of good Shrek memes, but even he agrees. But I mean, you know, there's a lot of ones that need not tread into.
What, you need to go potty?
Probably not. Oh, you know what? Actually, I just looked down. There's no Aqua. Could that be it? Could that be a little butt?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Look at that little face. He's a good little boy.
Good pooch.
Oh, I guess that was it. Yep, that was it. Oh, good boy. Oh. Little sweet boy. Here. Yeah, let's go back to that. Let's go to Public Freakout. Let's see what other random shit's on the Public Freakout. There's always bound to be at least something interesting. There was at least that one clip we were just looking at. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, hold on. Tell general manager chases down shoplifter, hits someone for car. What the fuck? Okay, that's just like way too insane. I mean, it already happened. I mean, I'm not gonna exactly play that part. I don't want to risk that, but.
Yeah? Oh, who the fuck you think you are? Stealing shit from my store, bitch!
Shut up, bitch.
No, quit stealing shit, that's what they
Get my shit, man.
Oh my god, like, yo, fucking woman, like, Jesus Christ. Okay, I hate motherfuckers. Like, this is why, like, I don't. Like, what weird fucking shit is this? Like, have you ever heard of the phrase, you know, like, I don't get paid enough for this shit? Or, like, you know, like, basically, like, you know, like, only, like, care for, like, how much you're being paid for? And, like, when it, like, I mean, like, what in the, like, what type of fucking salary are you getting where this is goddamn worth it to be, like, some weird moral crusader, you fucking psycho bitch? Like, Jesus Christ. I mean, this isn't a way to prove a goddamn point. If this really is such a fucking problem, then just call the cops and have them be trespassed. How about that? There really, like, I mean, there really is no reason for this type of shit. I guess they can have it back and forth?
You did that. Look, like that fucking serious, nigga? Yeah, like that fucking fuck.
Yeah, it ain't. Dude, honestly, like, I mean, the shop does this right. It ain't that serious. Like, I mean, it wasn't that serious. I mean, yeah, because it wasn't. Like, I mean, it didn't merit having to, like, you know, fucking try to ram his ass off the road and shit and fucking all that. I mean, at least it sounds like he's fine and he's walking around, but still. Shut up!
Everybody steals from the motherfuckers all the time. I told y'all people you want to be tripping. What the fuck? Man, you going to jail for that, bitch.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Funny enough, she would probably. I mean, this is recorded, so funny enough, she actually would go to jail. She did assault him. Oh my god, I swear to god, if she actually tries to, like, run him over, like, here too. No, wow, okay, wow, so she actually waits for him to get out of the way this time around, but literally at the very beginning of this clip, you try to run him over.
Good looking. I need that money.
I need that money. Well, it sounds like the dude's just poor and is, you know, like, just doing this as a way to just get groceries and save his money for things like rent and shit. I mean, it's just like, honestly, I don't even really fault him for that. I mean, honestly, at this point, he's not even in the wrong anymore. Like, I mean, at that rate, I mean, he's in a suburban neighborhood. Like, he's long gone from the fucking store at that point. I mean, it's just like, what, and honestly, it looked like he had, like, what, at most, like, $100 worth of merchant, you know, like, worth of groceries. I was about to say merchandise, but, you know, well, I guess same thing. Groceries, merchandise. I mean, it's about, like, what, $100, maybe, like, 200 at the most. I mean, really? That shit ain't worth it for that. Not even if he, like, somehow raided the, like, all the money in that fucking store and start running out with that shit, that wouldn't even be worth it. Like, nothing's worth that shit. It's just stupid. It's insane. Is there actually a comment that says if she's gotten arrested or something? Let's see. Because I know every now and then Reddit does find a way to follow up with that shit. Let's call center. Okay. There's no follow-up. There really isn't any follow-up. Damn it. Let's hoping someone would at least have like a follow-up or an article or something. So she not get arrested or something? If not, then goddamn, dude, don't steal from her fucking Dollar General. It's a Dollar General, too, by the way. It's like, shit's worth, like, what, $1? Like, I mean, are you, like, nothing in there is worth that shit. It's not like it's a goddamn Trader Joe's or something. I mean, even then, it's not like a Whole Foods or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's like, that's so stupid. Dude, fucking manager is a psycho bitch. I really do have more, like, sympathy for someone who's shoplifting, at least at a grocery store in comparison to anything else. It's like a Dollar General, too. I mean, it's like, that's like it's something that should be even more so, like, who gives a fuck? What? Not on her watch, apparently. I was dreaming I was at Walmart. I was dreaming I was with 3 women. Was I there? No, you were at Walmart. I guess classic I hate my wife joke. I mean, I do find it funny a little bit, but yeah, essentially it's like, nah, you're at Walmart, some fucking 3 whores. That's right, because you're an old hag. Now I'm thinking of 3 young 18-year-old big-breasted women. So I find it funny is because like I know what the fuck it's more referring to. I mean, it's like, my god, fucking weirdos. And, I wonder why a lot of, you know, their wives, you know, tend to be more about wanting to divorce them and stuff like that. And I wonder why they're, like, so against that type of shit. Oh, you know what? That just reminded me of something we could check out. Oh, shit. I just remembered. I just remembered this. Hold on. We're going to delve into the realm of Moist Critical, our boy Charlie, for this one. But I just remembered this shit, because, oh, my god. This shit is some chef's kiss content. And honestly, like, I might honestly, you know, do the same thing that he's going to, you know, talk about here. I'm not even going to give you a title. I'm not even going to show you what the title is. We're just going to see our boy. We're going to see our Jesus right here in our white shirt. That's all we're going to get to see so far. We're just gonna let y'all go into this unannounced.
Embarrassing thing to admit out loud, but I've recently found a great guilty pleasure that I've been consuming like junk food. It's those
I might do this,
ridiculously cringe podcasts where a few dudes, pseudo-intellectuals, bring on a bunch of women and have the worst debates of all time. It's
literally just Manosphere podcast, basically. It's just like, women, the podcast. That's basically, like, that in a nutshell. It's like one of those podcasts, and honestly, like, there's like 8 trillion of them, essentially. So a part of me is definitely kind of like wanting to maybe find one or two and just like, you know, absorb the junk food and just be like, all right, you know, like, let's see what funny stuff we could find. Honestly, you know, just for the sake of finding shit to react to, that actually would be not a bad idea. Because I mean, because what we're about to see here, oh boy, you're gonna see what I mean. You're gonna see what I'm talking about here.
Wasteland where normal thinking goes to die. A thunderdome of delusion. It is brain melting. It reminds me of those old PSAs for the dangers of smoking cigarettes, and they'll like open up someone's chest and be like, "This is what your lungs look like when you smoke," and it's like yellow and oozing, covered in this like disgusting slime, and it's very fucking yucky. This is like that, but instead of showing you your lungs on cigarettes, it's your brain when watching this content, and it's fucking revolting. Like, it is actual brain rot, and I can't look away.
And goes into a marriage and has kids.
And I love how Destiny's just here too, by the way. I like how Destiny's blue hair ass is just there. And honestly, since when did he look so schlubby? Like, I mean, my boy really do look like a schlub. Like, I'm just like, I mean, he didn't. Does he always look like that, or am I just honestly now realizing that?
And they're like 18, 19, 20.
But anyway.
And then a year into the relationship, it gets really, really abusive.
From who?
From both.
This is so rare.
Anyone
so
really.
Rare.
Go on. My point is, I'm just,
Hypothetically.
even though it might be rare from what you guys think.
It is.
I already just find this painful. She's asking a very simple question and setting it up, talking about abuse. And already the dudes here are like, this is ridiculous. This is...
I mean, I don't know if they were hearing it, but yeah, one of them was like, this is ridiculous. Oh my god. Abuse, really? That fantasy, malake? And then one of them, immediately was like, from who, huh? Because, I mean, the whole idea is trying to be like, you know, oh, yeah, because women are the abusive ones. You know, that's the kind of what they're trying to imply. And, it's just like, oh, boy. Like, I mean, it just really shows, like, you know, how fucking, like, far this weird, like, manosphere incel shit can really go, dude. It is, like, freaky. Like, this is like some 1890s fucking, like, Puritan Salem, like, might as well be, like, from the 1600s, like, Salem witch trial era of, like, women are the bread makers and they have no say of anything. How dare they?
Exceptionally rare. This is damn near science fiction. Abuse? Never even heard of it. That's like winning the lottery twice level of astronomical odds. Abuse is, it is very uncommon, very rare. As a way of trying to, like, kind of shut it down already, like, you're choosing something very fringe and outlandish. Abuse is, it's like a unicorn. It almost doesn't exist. But anyway, crazy lady, go on with your hypothetical abuse thing, or whatever you called it. It's just trying to downplay it, which I think is just cringe.
If it would happen, what would you recommend for those people to do? Would they divorce, or do you want them to keep...
Dude, look at this fucking random ass, like, row of just fucking chuds. I'm pretty sure this guy here in the very center next to this pinstripe wearing dude, I'm pretty sure that's Jonathan Doyle. I'm pretty sure that's John Doyle. And then, I don't know about any of these other guys, but I'm pretty sure the guy there in the very center in that purple shirt is John Doyle.
You can't divorce. I mean, that's not a real thing. You can, like, separate...
Divorce isn't a real thing, apparently, huh? Really? Then why do they literally happen? How come there are divorce like that? It's just like literally detached from reality. There's nothing based on any merit of reality like in this whatsoever.
his Catholic background shines through. He knows. You can separate, but you can't actually divorce. That's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive.
You gotta endure. People are too.
You want to stick in a
People
relationship?
are
it's
just.
supposed to-
I mean,
look,
people
I'm gonna be
nowadays
honest.
are just. Everybody quits. Everybody gives up. It's too hard. I'm this XYZ. This is why I'm special, so I can fuck up this entire situation based upon me being special.
The clown puts.
Like, what? What? Oh, we gotta endure because you want to try to ruin everything by being special because you got beaten? Like, I mean, come on now, quit feeling so fucking special about yourself. It's just like, what the fuck? Like, this dude probably unironically, like, you know, will just, like, casually just, like, you know, smack up a woman just because, you know, just literally for the fun of it. Like, this guy is, like, you know, straight up definitely a fucking woman beater. Like, outright, dude. Like, I mean, this idea of just like, oh, you just gotta endure and just suck it up and deal with it.
Well, front and center here. You're looking at the chief entertainment for this episode. Fucking discount Walmart brand Sal from Impractical Jokers here. His name's Jonathan.
He does kind of look like him.
And let me just tell you, he's got some opinions, and man, oh man, are they a stinker. So, the question is very simple. If there's an abusive relationship, an abusive marriage, should the marriage end? You know, if the woman is being abused,
Yes.
or even if the man is being abused.
By the way, that is literally the answer for that. If there's any abuse going on in a relationship, that relationship should end.
The
Yes.
woman who asked the question, her name is Melina, and she doesn't just make it exclusive to women getting abused. Men can also be victims of abuse, something that Jonathan heavily disagrees with. We'll get to that later on. But he is saying that, oh, if it's an abusive relationship, you have to endure. This is the problem with snowflake society now. Everyone's such a pussy, so they'll ruin a marriage because they think they're so special. You absolute fucking troglodyte. It's not about being special, it's about not getting beat the fuck up in a marriage. There's no excuse for abusing your spouse. Whether it's
There just isn't. There literally isn't. Like, it's one thing to, like, have an argument and be like, you know, and, you know, have, like, a little tussle or whatever the fuck, you know, like, where, you know, things get heated. Like, that shit like that happens. Like, I mean, I've had that with my friends. I've had that, you know, with, like, you know, like, family members before. Like, I mean, I've had that, you know, with even other partners, shit. Like, I mean, it happens. Like, I mean, like, having, like, arguments and stuff like that isn't the problem. But, like, when it comes to, like, you know, emotional, mental abuse or, like, you know, especially physical abuse, like, these are things, you know, that play a major role of, like, you know, instilling a lot of very negative trauma and instilling a lot of fucking, you know, abuse and, well, frankly, it's not just of the partner, but also of abuse of power. You know, because you're trying to instill, like, a certain authority and power over your partner, and basically have it established that they have a lesser voice and they're not seen as an equal to you in the relationship.
or mental. Like, it's the most. There is a right answer to this question, and the answer is yes. The marriage should end if it's abusive, 100%. Whether it's the woman or the man being abused, it should straight up end. There's no enduring. This isn't one of those situations where it's like, you know, there's greener pastures once you get through a couple of the black eyes and broken bones. You know, my husband may have beat the fuck out of me a couple of nights ago, but he also took me to a really fancy steakhouse and I had an absolute banging filet. So, you know, all of the abuse was worth it, and I'm a little happier today.
That's literally just, like, partly how Stockholm Syndrome happens. It's just like, I mean, the idea of, like, oh, a partner gets abused, but they kind of still, you know, love them or, like, still empathize with the abuser because, you know, they'll do things like that. Oh, let me take you to a nice steakhouse, or let me treat you to something every now and then. But if you step ever so out of line, then there's a severe abusive punishment, you know, that comes from that. But, you know, as long as they're not doing that, and as a way to kind of, like, forgive you almost, I mean, they do things like this. I mean, it's a manipulation tactic.
It's ridiculous. This is honestly making me concerned. My heart is breaking for whatever woman he's in a relationship with. I'm imagining this guy treating relationships like it's Fight Club. If my partner can't roll with my knuckle sandwiches without crying about it and she wants to leave for it, well then good riddance to her toots. Jesus Christ, special snowflakes can't handle a few of my right hooks. Ridiculous. That's frightening. That is a frightening mentality, that you're telling someone to just endure physical or even mental abuse in a relationship and calling them like a special snowflake or a pussy if they don't. That's crazy. And also his cohort there, the goofball he's in cahoots with,
It's
is
just like, hey, if you endure a lot of pain and abuse and shit, and you just suck it up and sit there and take it like, a strong, woman and shit, then you know what? That is endurance. Like, if you, fucking freak out and be a bitch and a pussy and complain about it, then that's just, like being a coward and you're just being a snowflake little bitch.
Divorce isn't real. Divorce is make-believe. It's hocus pocus. There's no such thing as divorce. Yes, if you're getting abused, you can't divorce, obviously. This is a wild episode.
The reality is people just haven't learned to endure. There have been hard times in relationship. I'm sure you guys have hard times in relationship. Any relationship has hard time.
Okay.
And it is what it is. You need to push through and you need to endure because we're in this hold on. Because we're in this situation now. Like where everybody's just creating these like super nuanced like 1% example of like, well, what if the kid's transgender, black, and abused and he's a Black Lives Matter supporter? Like, cool, okay, yeah. I get like that one minute situation.
For anyone that might be in that situation, what would you recommend?
Okay, endure.
I'll tell you what.
Just endure. Like, you know what? Good for you if you happen to be this and that or whatever the fuck. I'm still gonna abuse the shit out of you and you should endure and just suck it up. Do it for my fucking power play. Fuck you. Like, these people are legit, like, psychotic and fucking unhinged. And the fact that Jonathan Doyle's there just really shows, like, how, like, overtly fascistic and Nazistic, frankly, like a lot of these, fucking manosphere shit is. I mean, a lot of it isn't necessarily propping up outside the fascistic shit just because of the whole fucking, talk about, like, abuse in relationships and shit. Because a lot about, when it comes to, like, a role for a man or woman in a fascist ideology, with the woman's the housemaker and the wife maker and basically the child bearer when it comes to propagating the superior race and shit. So they're meant to be the subordinate. So like when it comes to any abuse or anything like that, they're meant to endure. That's like, I mean, that's what that motherfucker keeps saying it so much for, because the guy's a fucking fascist. I mean, just straight up, that's just who he is. Because he's using a lot of different fascistic dog whistles when it comes to like the whole idea of like the child bearer and the fucking motherhood and shit. He's using a lot of dog whistles towards that. And if he's hanging out with motherfuckers like John Doyle, that is just like another fucking sign. So
I'll tell you what
motherfuckers here definitely be fucking Nazis.
A lot of diarrhea fell out of his mouth on this one here, so there's a lot to break down. He had an actual episode of psychosis there. He just started spitting shit that never even came up. It's a very simple question. It really wasn't nuanced. She just said, in an abusive relationship, should the marriage end? It really doesn't get more simple than that. A fucking child could understand the question. There wasn't anything about like all these nuance that you bring up. But anyway, Smash Mouth has his meltdown there for a second, but his message is still the same. No matter what, you gotta endure.
Just endure,
you gotta endure the abuse. He even has the chutzpah to equate abuse to just a hard time in a relationship, as if it's just some little obstacle, little hiccup that every relationship goes through. Brother, abuse is not a hard time in a relationship. That is a fucking crime. That is when a relationship...
It straight up is. And the person perpetrating that abuse should be fucking put in prison for some time.
Should end.
I wouldn't want my daughter in that situation, quite frankly. And I understand the argument to endure because I have people close to me who grew up in abusive households and it lasted for periods of time and it was a phase and they endured through it. And they ended up raising healthy, successful families.
Their faces really tell the whole story here. This reaction's pretty on par with that statement. Abuse is not a phase. It shouldn't be a phase. This isn't a normal thing. There's no reason to start...
It isn't. Like, this idea that, like, oh, it's just like a phase. Oh, you just have to endure. And all this other shit. It's normalization of the idea that women should just be subjugated and be the subordinate, and they should, endure, whatever abuse and whatever fucking bullshit that the husband happens to do, and they get no say at what they've happened to fucking do. It doesn't matter if the husband happens to beat them, or fucking abuse them any other way, or fucking cheat on them, or neglect them, or anything. It don't fucking matter, they just have to quote-unquote endure. Which basically is a way to normalize and to enforce, that type of fucking behavior. It's not like a fucking phase. Because the normalization, is to perpetuate and continue and normalize that fucking behavior and allow it to continue. That's like, I mean, there ain't like, I mean, when it comes to just like enduring that shit, like here's how you actually fucking endure shit like that. It's also, to fucking fight back against it. Like if you're in an abusive relationship, to endure, like that type of shit, is to fight back against that type of abuse, challenge it, and fucking get the fuck out of Dodge when it comes to being in a relationship like that. That's fucking endurance. That's enduring. Like, I mean, that's not this just, sucking it up and just, being a, coward and just accepting the abuse left and right and just, fucking being beaten or whatever the fuck, or emotionally being abused or mentally being abused. That ain't endurance. That's subordination.
Abusive relationships is something every couple needs to go through or will go through. Abuse isn't acceptable. Full stop.
Yep.
Like that's where this is a really easy slam dunk for these dudes to answer. Should a marriage end when it gets abusive, whether for the woman or the man? And the answer is easy. It's yes. A relationship isn't something where there should be an abusive phase. If there's an abusive partner, that partner needs to seek legitimate help and get help for controlling whatever violent urges or impulses they have. But that doesn't mean that the other partner needs to stay in the relationship while they're getting that help. Especially not if there's children in the household, because not only is it dangerous for the partner, it's dangerous for the kid to be around as well. I think it's very simple. I don't think it's that nuanced.
And this is honestly why, like, when it comes to certain single-family home situations where there's, like, a single parent, and a child or something, like, I don't even think that's a bad thing. Because of shit like this. Because it's actually healthier and a better outcome for a lot of kids, frankly, to be in a single parent household and shit, because the other parent is an abusive piece of shit. And it will go through a lot of fucking trauma and go for a lot of, abuse, being in, in a situation where their mom or their father happens to be an abusive fucking shitbag. And will not just abuse the partner, but also abuse the kids in a situation as well, because they're kind of like a part of the pawn of the whole abuse chain. So, like, I mean, frankly, at the end of the day, like, I mean, in some instances, it's healthier for a child to, be raised in a single-parent household. I mean, at least in a sense that, because they're, like their part, or at least the other parent that they normally would be raised with would be, a far negative outcome for them when it comes to their upbringing. And that's partly why. It's because of abusive relationships and, of the abuse and trauma that comes from that.
Abuse just isn't acceptable. Like, that's a super easy thing for a normal person to answer, but we've cultivated this culture online where everything needs to be like a debate, even on the simplest topics. Like, you just saw Smash Mouth have that meltdown, like, oh, you're getting into all this crazy 0.1% example nuance of abuse and then all of these other factors, like, out of nowhere. When that wasn't even what was discussed. It is the...
Like, the dude brought up, like, Black Lives Matter and other fucking things and shit for no reason. I mean, I didn't even respond or, like, say anything about that, mainly just because, like, there's no reason for it outside of just being like, well, you got these fucking outliers. It's like, what does that have to do with the fucking price rise of China, my guy? I mean, it's like, what does that have to do with fucking anything? Like, you brought up those things for no reason, and there's no reason to fucking, like, react or talk about it. I mean, I guess outside in this instance, just outside of just, like, the fact that, like, why would you bring it up? There's no reason for that. Outside of the fact that you just want to deflect and, say that, like, there's no such thing as abuse, which is just a fucking asinine, frankly, fucking abhorrent, like, evil fucking thing to be thinking about and saying. And believing. It's like, you evil fucking troglodytic fuck. It's like, you actual savage piece of shit. It's like, abuse is not a thing, and it's just like a phase in relationships and shit. It's like, you fuckers. It's like, I mean, I wonder why y'all can't get laid and can't get relationships. I wonder why, because things like divorce just can't happen, and it's not a thing, and abuse is just a phase and whatever the fuck, and it's not even a thing anyway, and just like, we're outliers in this situation. It's like, the fuck?
Black and white question.
To an extent.
So you would say that to stick in those relationships that might be abusive to everyone involved and a child, if there's a
I'm
child.
not saying, like, hey, stick in the relationship and get the shit beat out of you by a husband.
That's what you're saying, though. That's what all of you weird fucking little incelish fucking troglodytic fucks are saying. Like, in weird ass little fucking, you know, fancy little suits and shirts and shit aren't, you know, making yourselves look a little more clean dressed either, by the way. Of how disgusting your fucking ideas are. I mean, it's just like, really? Like, I mean, because that is what you're fucking saying. You're saying that, like, oh, well, you know, y'all need to endure and stick it out and shit. And, you know, if I had $1, well, obviously there would be an exception there. But, you know, like, either way, though, y'all need to just suck it up and just shut the fuck up and be subordinate. But that's not what I'm saying, though. I mean, come on, don't put words in my mouth. It's like, fuck you, you pinstripe wearing looking motherfucker.
I'm just asking you what you believe.
I'm just telling you.
Even if
I'm not
it's a small
telling you.
extreme thing, I'm just asking you what you think if you just stick in that relationship or not.
It is such an extreme example that I can't give a prescription for what other people should do. There is an element.
God damn it!
Really? Like, when it comes to being in an abusive relationship, there's like other prescriptors that mean that, like, oh, you know, I don't know what I should tell them, you know, in those circumstances, because it's like, you know, case by case basis, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, dude, my guy, if there's abuse going on in a relationship, fuck the context, it don't really matter, it's abuse. You know, that relationship should fucking end, and the person who's being victimized and being abused and shit, you know, should be the one that gets, like, really the fucking most out of leaving that relationship. Because that's bullshit and that is unacceptable. Fuck that shit. Like, I mean, there is no fucking, like, case by case, like, other fucking variables and other prescriptors involved in shit. Abuse is abuse is abuse. Like, I mean, it doesn't really matter how in the fuck it's done. Whether it's physical, emotional, or mental. It's still fucking, you know, abuse. It's still fucking traumatic, you know, and still victimizing somebody in a relationship. And still making them subordinate and making them, you know, like, lesser and having really less imbalance of power when it comes to that type of relationship. And fundamentally, that's just wrong.
Not even an extreme example. If you just Google it for like 15 seconds, there's so many different studies conducted on the topic, and according to a lot of the different numbers, all of which are a little different, but most of them agree that at least 20% of all marriages are abusive at some point in time. And that's just in reported cases. Like, it's not an extreme example. It's really not. But even if it was, it doesn't even change the question. Like, even in the extreme example here, it's still a very easy answer that, yes, that marriage should end. There is a problem. Now, this guy here is trying to play nice with everybody, so he's like, yes, even this goober over here talking about endure, I mean, there's almost an element of something salvageable at this point, when there's not. Like, there's no excuse. Like, you shouldn't be enduring abuse, like, under any circumstance, but he's really trying to give an olive branch over there for some fucking reason. But this guy is at least admitting, like, he wouldn't want his daughter in that. So he does outright say, like, yes, a woman shouldn't be getting the shit beat out of her.
Well, because it's the exception to the norm for him. Like, it's basically like abuse for thee, but not for me. That's what he's, you know, like, basically saying. Like, he don't really give a fuck, you know, if there's, like, you know, abuse in a relationship or not. He just doesn't want that for his bloodline. He doesn't want that for his offspring. That's all he gives a shit about. Like, he doesn't give a fuck one way or another if, like, you know, some other woman has to go for abuse, as long as it's not his daughter. And I guarantee you, if it was a son, and he had a son and shit, he wouldn't give a fuck if that son was abusing the woman either. He wouldn't give a shit then. It's very exceptional. It's cherry picking. Like, that's the problem. Like, I mean, the dude, you know, is just, you know, being hypocritical. Like, because they're all fucking hypocrites. Like, every single one of those motherfuckers are hypocrites. Like, I mean, every single goddamn one of them. And it's just kind of unfortunate that, like, you know, a lot of, you know, the women and Destiny, I guess, you know, that are there, you know, are not willing to fucking actually, you know, or really don't really have the chutzpah, I suppose, you know, to fucking challenge that shit.
Marriage or relationship, and she should leave. He at least will concede that, whereas the other two guys still, for some reason, fight tooth and nail that, nah, there's really no reason to be leaving.
Like that.
Do you have opinions about third trimester abortion?
It's terrible.
Listen, it's terrible. Look at how quickly you can do it. Do you know how rare third trimester abortions are? They're also really rare, but you immediately had a visceral reaction to them, right? There are households where parents are abusive to children. Like, that's not like an unfathomable thing. But for you to have that immediate visceral reaction to a type of abortion that's so incredibly rare. But then when it's
I mean, we're talking about like a guy like getting drunk and like, you know, beating his wife occasionally versus like.
I actually think that was a really.
It's like, yeah, you know, there's like the occasional context of, you know, the drunk guy that comes home and, you know, beats his wife and stuff, but, you know, that doesn't really happen. I mean, come on now. You're just, like, talking about a rare circumstance, bro. Like, I mean, oh my god, dude. Like, is this, like, fucking dude, like, that much of a goddamn Luddite? Like, I mean, seriously. Is he unaware at the fact that, like, it's basically, like a trope, even in, like, movies and media, especially from, like, the 70s, 80s, and 90s and shit, where, like, you get, like, the drunk guy that, you know, would get home and fucking, like, be a wife beater, or at least, you know, be, like, nagging about the wife while at the bar, or whatever the fuck. Like, and all that type of shit. Like, why do you think those are fucking common-ass tropes? Because, like, I mean, the idea, like, because that shit is like, not just back then, but it still is fucking common. Where, like, you'll get, like, a dude who'll go home and, you know, like, have a wife, you know, and it's like, oh, well, oh, she's just nagging at me and bitching at me for this and that, or whatever the fuck. God forbid a man can't have a damn beer and this and that, blah, 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 and fucking, you know, gets all upset and fucking starts abusing her and shit. Like, that's fucking common as fuck. Like, why do you think, you know, like, it ain't just, like, some rare circumstance. It's more common than people really fucking think. Like, and this idea that, like, oh, it's just, like, you know, not, you know, some, like, common circumstance that does happen in a lot of different marriages and shit is just, honestly, fucking silly. And just retarded. Like, I mean, honestly, just from personal experience, like, I mean, like, I know it's bullshit. Because there's been times where, like, you know, when it comes to my dad's alcoholism and shit, when he's gotten real bad at it, growing up and shit, like, I mean, things got pretty bad. Like, you know, pretty rough. I mean, and yeah, there was definitely a lot of different abuse, not towards me, but, I mean, luckily, but, I mean, definitely towards my mom and shit, because, I mean, of my dad's alcoholism. And I guess, unfortunately, you know, in a lot of ways, you know, I had to endure, you know, as these stupid retarded Luddites, you know, want to fucking think. But, I mean, you know, that's not necessarily just a phase, though. That's the problem. Like, a lot of, you know, the negative, you know, like, abusive parts of that type of shit isn't there anymore. But a lot of the problems that, you know, led up to those issues, though, are still fucking there. So, it's not a fucking phase. Like, I mean, because there's a lot of roots, you know, and a lot of core reasons as to why, you know, that fucking shit happens. And you have to tackle that shit, or else, like, that abuse is still very likely to continue or happen still. You know, even if it's not necessarily, you know, like how it, you know, like, you know, beatings, like it was like 5 years ago, whatever the fuck. You know, maybe you don't get beaten anymore, but guess what? You're still getting emotional and mental abuse, though. And shit like that. There's still abuse that happens just because it ain't physical. I mean, or just because it ain't in the same severity. It's like, I mean, so it's bullshit. It's just ridiculous.
Good point from Destiny there. Like, you have a very quick reaction to another extreme example. Why do you not have that same energy when it comes to abusive households? And then the guy starts making some shit up, like, we're talking about a guy getting drunk and maybe putting his hands on his wife. Where is that coming from? The question was so simple. They're making up like a whole fanfic plotline in their head about what was asked, when it was really super simple. Abusive house...
Because of cherry picking. And frankly, hypocrites. You have a strong visceral reaction to something that is legitimately very rare, and will be like, oh my god, how dare this fucking thing be a thing? And will have the same reaction to, and will basically, you know, instead of having the same reaction to something that is legitimately, you know, like a problem, in a you know, anything that happens in abusive relationships and shit, and basically utterly dismiss it when it should, frankly, have that type of reaction that they have when it comes to the whole third trimester abortion thing that they did. Because the idea of, like, fucking abuse going on in a relationship is utterly fucking terrible and should never happen. And they had that fucking reaction for third trimester abortions and shit, but not for abuse. Curious.
should the marriage end? Like, I actually wonder if she had even just said something even more simple and broad, what the response would have been. If she had asked, do you guys think abuse is bad? I wonder what they would have said. I wager that they would have been like, okay, we need to define what abuse is, because all these special snowflakes have weird definitions for it.
Oh my god, yep, it exactly would have been that. Dude, nailed it. Nailed it on the head.
Start really
Yep.
getting into the nitty-gritty of what is abuse. Even though it's so easy, abuse is just bad. And an abusive relationship is bad. I don't know what's so hard about it. I don't know what's so hard about them just admitting that.
But, well, okay, so let me ask you guys, in the Catholic Church, I know that there's like annulments for marriages and stuff. Are there
That was a mistake.
Are there no exceptions for like if a guy's beating his wife constantly?
No.
That was a mistake, and wow, he even said no. And there is no exceptions. You know, you're not allowed to leave. You know, you're supposed to endure and just accept it, because the wife is nothing but pure property, and men are the only real thing that is Homo sapien. Homo sapiens are men. Women are just merely property of Homo sapiens. I am John Doyle, and I am a retarded fucking fascist Nazi little faggot.
But now,
Or a woman could as well, right?
Hold on.
Well, there's
Yeah,
also a
she could, but-
distinction drawn between.
If a woman's beating a dude,
legal
that guy-
Hold on, guys.
Oh man, blubbery ass Jonathan there just got saved big time by the guy in the middle. He wanted so badly to say that if a man's getting beat by his girl, then he's a pussy, or he's like a weak bitch or something. He wanted so badly to try and get that kind of bravado out there. Sad to see that this mentality still exists somehow, that men can't be the victims of abuse. I thought we got rid of that stigma years ago. Jonathan's supposed to be a men's self-help guru? How?
I mean, it's not even a fucking self-help guru for men or anything, but, I mean, yeah. It's just like, I mean, the fact that he, you know, is just that fucking, like, devolved, you know, from reality is just insane. Like, men absolutely certainly can get abused and assaulted, you know, sexually and shit like that. Like, it most certainly is a fucking thing. It can happen. And it does. It happens more than, you know, people honestly, you know, think and shit. And, I mean, does that mean that, like, oh, like, you know, women just aren't abused and they're just fucking, you know, like, you know, whining and bitching or whatever the fuck? No, of course not. Because guess what? There are people of, you know, all genders and all fucking, you know, backgrounds and shit and all fucking orientations and this and that and shit that, guess what, are abusive fucking asshole pieces of shit. And, you know, and they exist out there, and sometimes, you know, like, you know, people, unfortunately, you know, like, you know, have a relationship with them, and they end up being a victim of, you know, of their abuse. So, I mean, guess what? Humans, you know, every now and then can be abusive pieces of shit. Go figure. It's not like that's, like, some intrinsic, like, essentialist thing about humanity. But, like, I mean, like, it's definitely something that can most certainly be addressed in a very healthy way. Because it's not just strictly, like, a man thing or a woman thing, you know, to be, like, abusing people. It's just, unfortunately, kind of a human thing. And, you know, men and women are capable of doing so.
Actually, how?
Divorces that are initiated by women, Brian?
78%. 78.
80%. And what percentage of those women have college degrees?
Well, it jumps to 90% if they're college educated.
Yeah.
Sources? Any sources there, you fucking flannel wearing little bitch?
Brian, please present the stats to the class. What percentage of divorces are initiated by women? 80%? Thank you, Poindexter, that's sickening. 90% if they're college educated? I rest my case. That's why I
only literally want 16-year-olds who are high school educated and dropped out and have no, like, prior education beyond that. That's what I want.
marry 18-year-olds now. They're too young to have a college degree, thus they can't divorce me. What does this have to do with anything? Okay, so you don't want to marry college-educated women? You want to marry dumb women? Like, I don't know. What, you want to just marry a lobotomite sex doll? Cool, like, who cares?
I mean, honestly, they probably unironically do. You know what? We need to, like, you know, make, like, robots slash, like, androids or, like, whatever the fuck. You know, like, we need them, like, and also, you know, like, these, you know, like, you know, how there's, like, hyper-realistic sex dolls and shit. Those just need to be, you know, like, to the point where, like, they're essentially, like, you know, almost indistinguishable from, like, a regular person or some shit. And just let these motherfuckers have them. Like, fuck it. Like, I mean, like, because they can't be trusted with any other regular human being. So give them just, like, some android synthetic fucking, or, you know, like, semi-organic thing or whatever the fuck. You know, to just let them, you know, be their little sex toy thing, I guess, you know, for, you know, and they can have their most ultimate fucking, like, dream relationship or whatever the fuck. I don't know. While we're at it, you know, if we're gonna do that type of shit, you might as well, like, you know, make sure the kinksters and the furries and all those people, you know, can have some options as well, you know, just saying, you know, because, you know, there would be some fucking kinkster degenerates that would most certainly want to have, like, some weird-ass alien, or some furries who want some anthropomorphic thing or some shit, you know, I'm just saying, I mean, I'm just gonna put that out there, you know, that's gonna happen, so, I mean, if anything, you know, like, I actually would want that technology, you know, not just on that, but just because it would help with this issue. I mean, I feel like it'd be a win-win across the board for literally everybody, so let's do it. Let's get on that shit. Come on now.
It doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with the core question anymore. It's gone fully off the rails and unhinged. They're so focused on picking apart divorce itself. So now they're spouting these stats and making each other mad. So one of the dudes is like, real. And then the other guy is taking a huge deep breath. Why, I oughta. Just hearing that number's making me mad enough to put hands on my spouse because she might have considered a divorce at some point. Like, it's ridiculous. This has nothing to do with what was asked.
I agree with that.
I want to ask like one more scenario, okay?
Please.
What about if
I was giggling so fucking hard because you can hear, I'm pretty sure it's Jonathan go,
wait, hold on.
Made me mad enough to put hands on my spouse because she might have considered a divorce at some point. Like, it's ridiculous. This has nothing to do with what was asked.
I agree with that.
I want to ask like one more scenario, okay?
Please.
What about if
oh my god, I heard it. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Dude, someone literally is like, oh my god, a woman using her brain. Ugh. Like, someone just straight up was like, you know, oh, Jesus, what the fuck? Dude, wow. Oh my god, dude. Ugh. Man, if I can just, like, have, like, you know, or, like, you know, the video of the Asian guy, you know, that's, like, laying a smackdown on that one dude from, like, the clip from earlier. If we can just, like, straight up, unironically, have, like, that dude just, like, do the same thing for all those motherfuckers, oh my god, I'd be happy.
Giggling so fucking hard because you can hear, I'm pretty sure it's Jonathan go, oh, Jesus. When she says she wants to ask another scenario. Why are you even here? The whole point is to communicate with the women, your guests, right? To ask them...
I mean, unfortunately, no, it's not. I mean, the whole point of these podcasts is basically to undermine and demean the women and basically literally make them look like fools or make them look stupid and just try to shut them down and basically make them subordinate. Like, that's the whole point. Like, I mean, that's sadly kind of the whole root of, like, what these podcasts are for. That's why they do these things so fucking much.
Questions and shit, like... If you're so bothered with them talking, what the fuck are you even doing there?
two people get married, they have a kid, and then the wife starts cheating? Do you think they should divorce?
Absolutely.
They should divorce them?
Wait a minute. So, if a woman is cheating, then divorce is acceptable. But, like, when it comes to literally anything else, it's like, divorce is like the most evil thing ever that you can do, and it just doesn't even exist. It's not even a concept that, you know, people can even do. You know, you can only be quote-unquote separated, and that's it. But, oh no, as soon as a woman starts cheating, then divorce is fine. Yeah, this is literally cherry picking. They're fucking hypocrites and they're fucking fascist pieces of fucking dog shit.
You don't think it wasn't an article, and you could like work things through, right?
Jesus himself said in cases of...
Oh yes, let's invoke Jesus in the Bible. Yes.
So you think that divorce is worse than physical abuse?
For the children?
Or cheating, sorry. You think that cheating is worse than physical abuse?
For the children, yes.
I actually let out a full belly laugh.
I mean, like, what in the fuck? Hold on.
Children?
Cheating, sorry. You think that cheating is worse than physical abuse?
For the children, yes.
I actually let out...
Like, I mean, they literally were talking over each other but saying the same question. But it just straight up, like, what were they even asking? I couldn't even tell because it literally did, oh my god.
A full belly laugh.
I guess Charlie understands, he knows.
So she brings up cheating and unanimously like, yes, obviously you have to divorce when the woman's being a whore. Well, if you've got a slut for a wife, you gotta fucking divorce that harlot.
It's like, how dare this harlot whore, be cheating around and being a dorkless little slut? And we must divorce her immediately because she's a fucking pig. But, if I'm abusing and beating the fuck out of her and, making her a subordinate little dog, then that is A-okay, and she is not allowed to divorce me. But I am allowed to divorce. I mean, this is literally just the whole notion that, like, men are pretty much, like, the superior, and, like, the idea that, like, women are not allowed to have any voice when it comes to a relationship whatsoever. I mean, I'm honestly surprised that they're not just overtly advocating for arranged marriages with, like, 16, 17, and 18-year-olds. Like, I'm honestly not even, like, I wouldn't be shocked if they actually would advocate for that. Because, I mean, that's essentially just what they fucking want.
That heartbeat? Duh. Are you stupid, lady? Absolutely, you have to divorce there. After they spent like 6 minutes.
I mean, honestly, like at this point, like the two Johns, the Brian guy, or like in the pinstripe wearing fucking piece of shit. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're just like wannabe like little fucks trying to look civil and dressed up and shit. But I know what they look like deep down inside, and they look like fucking animals. They look like fucking feral, like, gruffed up, fucking mage-ridden, like, fucking, probably just literally contracted rabies, full parasites, just a fucking rabies, parasitical, like, mange-induced fucking animal. That's what they fucking are.
Most evil things that can ever happen. Divorce is unacceptable. Physical abuse, okay, abuse, you have to endure, because you can't divorce. But then when it's cheating, it's like, yeah, you gotta divorce. Jonathan even says crucifixion is warranted. I'm sure he's just being...
I didn't even hear that part. Did he really honestly say that? Yeah, he probably did. I mean, John Doyle is literally a fucking overt Nazi, so yeah.
Exaggeratory, but
he probably did.
Point blank say that cheating is worse than abuse for the kids, which is a wild take. Both are awful. Your father beating your mother or your mother beating your father in front of your kid is just as damaging as one of them being unfaithful. These are both horrible things, both of which should end in...
Yeah, I mean, both of those are bad and are not, like, good, especially when it comes to, like, the, development for the child, and are, in a way, can be seen as abusive, especially towards the child. Like, I mean, so, what the fuck? I mean... the idea that like, oh well, like adultery is worse for children, when it comes in comparison to abuse, it's like both are bad, and frankly neither are worse or better than the other. Both are just bad. Like, I mean, there's no comparison. Like, I mean, what the fuck?
But for some reason they seem to only have a real visceral response when it comes to cheating. And then the guy in the middle even gets immediately religious, like, well, in the Bible it says, when cheating's on the table, that's when divorce is absolutely necessary. Well, what the fuck? The Bible also doesn't preach for beating the fuck out of your spouse either. I'm sure you can also divorce in a case like that, so why didn't we get biblical when abuse was brought up? Why did we start trying to justify different levels of abuse, and it might be a phase where it's going to get better after, and this and that? Dude even wove a whole fanfic about, like, we're talking about a man who gets drunk and maybe occasionally hits his wife. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you making excuses for abuse and not for cheating all of a sudden, right? Like, and Melina even calls that out. She's like, oh, well, what about, like, working through it, or, maybe the cheating's a phase? And I'm like, no, absolutely not. Cheating is the end-all, be-all. This is just crazy. Like, I was absolutely howling with laughter when we got to this segment in the podcast.
Well, because the dude's full of fucking hypocrisy, and it's fundamentally just strictly about subordination and power over the fucking woman, and over the relationship that, that they have over the woman. That's mainly the main key. I mean, it's basically just like, as long as I have total control and power over the relationship, I don't give a fuck. It's, my say and, my way or the highway. And I can abuse, like my wife in any other fucking way I want. I can do all that type of shit, but if she ever does anything against me, like cheating or anything like that, then I can have the right to divorce and shit like that.
I think I'm not going to
pure hypocrisy.
say this is
Divorce is worse than
I already
cheating.
said that if a woman's getting abused, yeah, I think she should leave. Like,
No.
if it's a brief temporary thing, like.
What if it's mental abuse?
Okay, now.
It's less cut and dry. If you're setting your child up.
I think there's a small...
it's not less cut and dry. Who is that random bitch that just fucking butted in randomly in the background there? On their side of things. Like, it's less cut and dry. Like, I mean, there's more nuance to that. It's like, no, there ain't. Abuse is abuse is abuse. Like, whether it's mental, emotional, or physical, it doesn't matter. It's fucking abuse. It ain't cutting psycho.
Chance that Jonathan may have misunderstood the question. He may have thought he heard, is divorce worse than abuse? And that's what he was saying, that divorce is worse than abuse for the kids. Which is still a fucking stupid take, so I'm gonna tackle that one as well. What the fuck, man? You think that somehow kids witnessing their parents beating the shit out of each other is somehow less damaging than if they had just gotten divorced? You've got some issues you need to work through. My goodness. And then,
well, he's a fucking Nazi, so, I mean, he might just be TFG and just straight up just, like, ain't gonna be working through any issues unless you forcibly re-educate him, I guess.
So that lady that's behind them is saying that it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse? Why? Abuse is abuse. What are you talking about?
Yep.
So far up until this point in the episode, she hasn't said too much. She mainly just kind of...
She hasn't said a fucking thing up until that point.
Agrees with everything the guys say, but she says it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse, which leads me to believe that she thinks it should be cut and dry when it comes to divorce for physical abuse, but she didn't say anything. She didn't chime up and say, like, hey, I agree, the marriage should end then. She just stayed silent, because I guess she was just looking for things to fight them on, as opposed to agree with. Which,
I mean, because fundamentally she probably does actually agree with, like, you know, a lot of, like, what the guys are saying. That's also why she has to say anything, because she sees herself as subordinate. She sees herself as an inferior to them. And that's just, you know, indoctrination and a lot of brainwashing, you know, is, you know, a reason for that, frankly.
I think is always such a weird component of these debates where if you agree with your opponent, you're apparently losing, or you lose points by doing so, which is so fucking backwards. And that's why I think debates in general are kind of worthless, because it's never about changing someone's mind. It's always about just cementing your own beliefs and never faltering and never changing perspective on anything. So nothing good ever really comes from it, except for just general entertainment as a spectator. And this one had me giggling, so I wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah, this is an embarrassing...
whoa. How did they even fucking replay? Jesus Christ. I mean, that shit is honestly fucking embarrassing. I mean, the fact that there was just, like, such a... I mean, this is, like, you know, basically what the manosphere slash, like, the broader, like, you know, right-wing incel-esque, you know, fucking shit, you know, is, like, you know, spreading, and that's kind of, like, you know, what the results of what it is and shit. If that's what's really going on, and goddamn, dude, it is fucking not only just pathetic, but just fucking legitimately just, like, dangerous. Like, seriously. I mean, there's definitely, like, one thing that, you know, I kind of agree with, at least, you know, some people, is that, like, you know, the left definitely needs to be more of, like, especially a healthier outlet when it comes to, like, this whole, like, male loneliness and male confidence, you know, issue and shit. That's, you know, honestly, legitimately kind of, you know, being a, like, an actual problem in society right now. So, like, all in all, I would, you know, I would most certainly argue that this, you know, like, I mean, these type of things need to be addressed, and, like, there definitely needs to be more of a healthier outlook, you know, at doing that type of shit. Fucking hiccups, man. Really? Because, like, the fact that, like, so many of these motherfuckers on the right wing have such, like, a strong, like, platform when it comes to, you know, to being an outlet on that issue really is a problem. And these hiccups are also being a fucking problem. Oh my god. Fuck. Fuck. Jesus. This is annoying. I fucking hate care. I just hate hiccups so much. I hate that there's no... Oh my god. I hate how there's no explanation as to why they happen. They just fucking do. They're so annoying. There. I think that might force them out. I think they did. Okay, good. Fuck. Ugh. Those hiccups are ridiculous. Fucking hell, man. What's this? Ben Shapiro makes a hilarious admission? Wait, you do another hilarious submission? Is he being a goof again?
And I'm one of the 5 people in America who actually called up Sports Illustrated and said, "Don't send me the swimsuit edition."
So, Martha Stewart.
Oh, what?
There you go. 81 years old.
She looks incredible.
Looks amazing.
Yeah, Martha Stewart. That's her. Goddamn, dude. Look, I'm just gonna be blunt. There's a little bit of some guilt status. Just saying.
So
that's what a few months in jail will do to you.
Really hardens you up.
Damn, dude.
So Ben Shapiro in this clip he doesn't. I don't think he mentions her.
He has something to say about
But,
that.
He's got something to say.
But it might not be what you expect.
I love how literally everyone's freaking out. Like, everyone just knows that, like, whatever these guys say is gonna be good.
Because it's just so, like,
really funny.
it's so weird.
Okay.
You're gonna love it.
Let me turn the volume, make sure the volume on my end is going to be loud enough here.
It's also Sports Illustrated. So Sports Illustrated, years ago, I canceled. I used to be, like, for years and years and years, I was a Sports Illustrated devotee. I think that I got my Sports Illustrated subscription when I was like...
So he's admitted that he used to be, like, a major simp for Sports Illustrated and would, like, buy their fucking, like, magazines and shit and be on their
14 years
subscription.
old, and I had it for probably 20 years.
Yeah, but wait.
It was like my kind of Saturday afternoon enjoyment was reading the sports articles in Sports Illustrated, obviously.
Oh, sure.
5 people in America who actually called up Sports Illustrated and said, "Don't send me the swimsuit edition. I would instead prefer to receive like a regular extra."
Oh my god.
Can we just,
What?
Let's digest that part first. Just like,
Yeah. Well, I think that's
13 years old, really into sports.
The lady
Like, I mean, I'm supposed to believe that this, like, little fuckboy Ben Shapiro is into fucking sports? I mean, like, what? Golf?
Test too much. I mean,
I guess that's why he didn't want the swimsuit edition. He's not into it.
His Saturday afternoons.
Things are a little too moist when it comes to the swimsuit edition. I like to make sure that things are coarse and dry like sand. Because if things are moist, then there might be, you know, a legitimate infection, and you need to go see a doctor. By the way, my wife is a doctor.
Reading sports articles, making sure to say that. And then he's got to follow it up with, oh, you know that swimsuit issue? I called it up and told them, send me more articles instead.
No sports, please. Just sports. I mean, just sports for me. No pretty women.
You know the real sports fans, they
sports is
love
he into?
talking about all the sports articles they read. Not basketball, not football, not the specific sport. Just, I love reading sports.
I love sport. Go sports. It's so disingenuous. It's like, it reminds me of him buying a plank of wood from Home Depot. Like he's standing outside with a plank of wood. It's so performative.
You know, honestly, I do think it really is. I doubt this motherfucker really actually has a Sports Illustrated subscription, or did. I really strongly doubt that he did at all. Like, there ain't no fucking way, man. I mean, like, I'm supposed to think that this motherfucker, like, you know, has a Sports Illustrated, and is, you know, like, I mean, the most this motherfucker's into is, like, golf. I mean, straight up. I mean, and funny enough, I actually think, you know, playing golf is actually fun. Watching it, you know, like, you know, the golf leagues or whatever, like, you know, fuck that. That shit lame. But I do like playing it. Playing golf is actually kind of fun. You know, but Like, I mean, you know, like watching it though, that shit legitimately is boring. It's actually the fun of it is actually legitimately playing it. Like, I mean, at least in my opinion. But like, I mean, I'm supposed to believe that this little shrimp boy, like Ben, is dead ass, fucking like, let's subscribe to Sports Illustrated. Nah, dude.
What, you've never done that?
Because it's the equivalent of him buying a one plank of wood.
And then
It really
putting it in a
is.
small plastic bag and carrying it outside. No, I haven't done that.
I mean, like, and also, what the fuck is it gonna do for literally a single plank of wood? Like what? Like, you know, make like a little platform for like the squirrels or something that you're feeding off your McMansion or something, which I doubt you're even doing.
You can do that with Sports Illustrated. But the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition was obviously tailored at dudes, right? I mean, it was obviously beautiful women in body paint and pretending to be sports, right? That's what it was. I had ideological objections to it because, again, I'm not big into the objectification of women. I'm actually not a huge
yeah, sure you are, buddy.
fan of women in bathing suits pandering for the male.
Come on, bullshit. Like, yeah, you are, Ben. Like, I mean, quit being such a lying little fucking weasel, dude. You're such a goddamn Ben Shapiro is such a fucking liar, bro. Such a lying charlatan piece of shit. Like, this idea that, like, oh my god, I'm like, I object to the idea of women being objectified. It's like bull fucking shit, bro. You're so 100% into that shit because the idea of like trans women that might, like express / objectify themselves or whatever the fuck in a very, in a manner that, you just don't like, and the fact that just they exist, is something that you just don't like. Like, that shit's all a fucking problem. But, cis women, express themselves and being sexualized and objectified, that is all fine and hunky-dory. Like, I mean, so, bull fucking shit, man. You give a fuck, dude. Like, quit trying to, hide this weird fucking idea that you just don't give a shit. Bullshit, bro.
It's almost over. Like, there's probably more to this, but I haven't seen the rest of this clip. But, yeah, this is basically the extent of it. I'm just amazed that, not amazed, but why is he pretending to care so much about this when he didn't even care about the swimsuit issues? So, like, he's bothered by Martha Stewart apparently being on the cover, but he was never even into them. Like, it's just, again, it's just for click. This is what this is about.
It's just, yeah, it's all for clout.
There's 3 seconds here. I'm not even sure what's worth.
Okay, so I'm actually not a huge fan of that because, again, I'm a religious conservative. It's all...
I'm a religious conservative, and thus that means I suppress my sexuality and then secretly go on Pornhub and look at Martha Stewart being naked. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the extent of it.
Even if he did, like, if he literally called them and was like, "Excuse me, can you please stop sending me the swimsuit issues?" Why would you admit that?
He did not do that shit. He
I actually looked it up.
He said, let's be honest, it was marketed towards dudes and pretending to be sports. Okay, so you know. Like, you had a subscription for 20 years, bro. Like,
oh my god. Been having a delightful objections to women celebrating their bodies. I love it, damn.
I actually looked it up, and apparently you could do that. You could opt out of the swimsuit edition if you were subscribed.
Are you for real?
Yeah. But the funny thing is, I mean, his whole thing, this whole premise of him saying how he didn't look at it is obviously, and we don't have it obviously, but I'm going to assume, and I don't think it's a wild assumption, is his way of criticizing Martha Stewart being on the cover because that magazine should be for men to look at, like, hot 20-year-old. Yeah. But listen, pull that.
I mean, honestly, frankly, even if that's the case, then, what about the MILFs and the GILFs? I mean, my dude, the MILFs and the GILFs need some representation, too. And you know what? If Martha Stewart is honestly looking pretty good like that, then goddamn, fuck it. Well, no pun intended. Because, frankly, I don't even give one iota of a fuck about Sports Illustrated, but but the fact that, honestly, she's kind of looking pretty good, in those photos. I'm just saying, though.
That Martha Stewart cover back up, because she's looking good.
She is.
Yeah, though.
Why am I?
Yeah, what's up, Mike? Hey, what's up, bro? I mean, look at her. I mean, goddamn. I mean, she's looking fine. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, what's up?
Thoughts, Mike?
Right, that's what I said. I said.
Thoughts, Mike?
Yeah, what's your thoughts there, Mike? Yeah, what's your thoughts, buddy?
Exactly what I said. I said,
I didn't know you could do that.
A second. I said, Dave, give me a second with Martha Stewart and Mike Figueredo, and I'll get a tissue. And
I mean, look at her. I mean, she's looking pretty goddamn good. You know, for her age, I mean, hell yeah, dude. Just saying, gilf material. I'm not even really into gilfs, but I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm dying.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my God.
right. Yeah, I don't like. It's the who even honestly buys magazines anymore. Like, I don't want to be rude to anyone that works on a magazine. It was a great industry once, but like,
It's a great industry once.
That is all that culturally important anymore. It seems very, very bizarre to me to be so obsessed with like magazines and what they're doing.
If you didn't,
dude, I mean, like, there are people that are just into it. I don't know, man. I mean, there are definitely people out there that just certainly are still into that shit, and I don't get it, but they are. So, I don't know. Don't know what I can say about that one. I mean, I guess maybe like the Karens, like the wino white moms, like the suburban moms and shit, like them. I mean, I have to assume so, maybe. I don't know, but yeah. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Ugh. And then we'll see if there's like another thing we can check out or something. Damn, dog. Look at you. Being in the way. Goofy boy. Good little pup. Little goofy little puppy boy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, it's actually legit nippy in here. It's actually kind of nice that it's a little cooler than it has been last week. Because, last week it was just fucking shit with the fucking heat. At least, you know, this time around ain't that bad. I like it because, fuck the heat. I do not do good at that shit at all. I hate the heat. Does not do me any fucking favors. But, yeah. Yeah, the random thing from the let's see. It's seriously like not like a goddamn thing. Goofy dog. Man, Sundays really are just like a shitty time, you know, to peruse for the news. Oh yeah, I say that and then I find something. What does he ask? Well, this little thing here, what the hell's going on in Ecuador plus fascism in China? I'm more curious about what the fuck is going on in Ecuador. Coup attempts? Yeah. Ecuador, what the hell's going on over there? I thought there might have been a description to help describe what's going on, but I guess not, so I guess we'll just have to find out, figure it out. What the hell's going on in Ecuador, Bosch?
Okay, so apparently this just happened. Is the Ecuadorian coup right? The Ecuadorian coup's right behind me, isn't it? Ecuador president invites more unrest by dismissing legislature. So this is cool.
The fuck? Dismissing legislator? What was this? Huh?
It seems there's a military coup going on in Ecuador at the moment. I think we've talked about this a little bit, but
Ecuador's president facing looming impeachment vote dissolves country's national assembly. Damn, Chez McDead tonight. Fuck Sunday. Dude, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's Sundays, it's whatever, but hey, you fuck push through. That's all I'm saying. I mean, honestly, like, this, like, oh man, at least with this shit right here, this shit's kind of fucking whack. Like, the fucking Ecuadorian president, I have literally no idea who this guy is, but it sounds like, obviously, a right-wing conservative shitbag. Just on the virtue that he's just, like, dismissing and dissolving the National Assembly, like, you know, trying to establish a military coup. Like, I mean, honestly, not just, you know, conservative, but kind of fascistic, so this guy sounds like a piece of shit. And, like, I mean, honestly, there's, like, a lot of different authoritarian leaders that are kind of, you know, facing some serious shit. Like, I mean, I know there's an election in Turkey. I don't know what happened with all that. Like, I actually haven't kept up with that much, but, I mean, I actually should kind of see what's going on with that. I know, like, Netanyahu was kind of facing a lot of backlash a little bit recently. So, I don't know. I mean, there's definitely, like, you know, a lot of, you know, shit going on when it comes to, like, you know, these authoritarian tyrant fuckers, you know, being challenged and shit. Which, honestly, is a good thing. Like, if there's a silver lining about, you know, things, you know, when it comes to global geopolitics, is that, like, a lot of these, you know, like, fascistic, like, authoritarian shitbags are definitely being more challenged and being more, like, held, maybe not necessarily held accountable, but at least, you know, being held, you know, to a standard of, like, you know, where the boat is being rocked and they're just not sitting comfy and, you know, just, like, you know, like, being able to just, like, get away with the shit that they're doing without any fucking backlash to some extent. So, I mean, you know, at least that is, you know, I think, you know, silver lining, you know, things going on right now. And that is good. I mean, and honestly, we're seeing more of this. I mean, France is still doing their fucking protesting and shit, aren't they? I mean, hell, even in America, we got shit going on here, too. That's, you know, kind of silver lining. You got the Writers Guild of America, like Southwest, American Airlines, and United, you know, like a lot of their pilots and stewardesses are on strike right now and shit, like... It's a lot, I mean, it's a lot of backlash, you know, to the status quo right now, and you know, all in all, that's good. Venom's passed out in a Walmart, probably, yeah. Maybe not a Walmart, but at least in his room. Rose is going commando in a Denny's, likely. And Mornax is doing burnouts at PIR, and Carl's up in Kratom at a hookah lounge. All these sound unironically kind of likely. Funny enough.
Impeachment vote, and he responded with the boss top G move of just taking over the entire government. So that's super cool. Facing a looming impeachment vote triggered a constitutional clause to dissolve government, a politically prop move that could spark protests. The Ecuadorian leader has invoked a procedure known as mutual death, where the opposition-led National Assembly is dissolved and snap elections will be caused, according to a decree published on the website of the presidency. What?
The fuck does that even mean, dude? Mutual death? Dude, what the fuck is he like? Is that like a political way of saying like, I'm going, like, if I'm going down, I'm taking everyone with me? Is that like what the fuck that means? Like, what did he what?
Sorry, a court.
Bruh, like, that is like some serious crazy shit. Can we just hear that again?
Because the Ecuadorian leader has invoked a procedure known as mutual death, where the opposition-led National Assembly is dissolved and snap elections will be caused, according to a decree published on the website of the presidency. What?
Like, what is exactly how I feel? Like, huh? Like, I didn't even think that was like a concept that could even be conceived of in like a governmental apparatus. Damn, Ecuador has some interesting politics. It most certainly does, dude. Like, I mean, I got some stuff to learn, I guess. You know, like, I mean, like honorable seppuku. I don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know if it's like specifically an Ecuadorian thing or if there's like something in politics where that is like kind of like a turn of phrase, you know, for certain actions done. I don't know. Like, that's weird.
Sorry, according to a decree published on the website, that's how he made it known that he was doing a coup? He posted it on his fucking blog? Is the Ecuadorian president cringe? As I remember correctly, yes. This is like what happened in their neighbor country Peru last year, but the difference is that the president is the right wing. Man, Latin America. Jesus.
I don't want to be in the blast zone if Trump does a quote mutual death. The idea that that is like something that politically is invoked as a fucking concept does disturb me. The amount of lard would never wash out. Oh my god, dude, for real. I mean, mutual death, dude. I can't get over that. Like, I mean, that is just disturbing to think about. It's like, cause what the fuck does that even mean? Because that can mean so many things that are just not good. I mean, none of it is good. Nothing about that, you know, strikes me as, like, positive at all. So it's just like, I mean, oh my god. It's like, what spectrum of, like, horrible and oh my god, what the fuck, you know, are we dealing with here?
My god. I don't really know enough about Ecuador to have any, like, strong opinions on this.
I mean, me neither.
Does he have military support?
I mean, I guess outside of that, I hope that people protest and fight back against, you know, their government, I guess, because it's ran by a fascist psycho who is evoking this idea of quote-unquote mutual death when it comes to, like, the action that he's does. Sounds like a nutbag. So, yeah.
What is wrong with you people? Jesus.
What is this?
Ecuador's opposition and influential federation...
Beneficial for U.S. politics. Picture Biden, Trump, McTurtle, etc. all Robloxing. Dude, that'd be nice, actually. That would be good. I'd be okay with that.
Nations have previously promised mass protests of Lazo instead of Muerto Cruzada. Okay, okay, I'm not an expert on Latin America, even close, okay? However, in my experience, when looking at Latin American politics, a good, like, litmus test for every political beef is whichever side the indigenous people are on, that's the good one. Not always, but overwhelmingly, if there's a conflict and indigenous rights groups are on one side of things, that's probably the good one to be on.
That is unironically kind of true. Like, when it comes to Latin America or South America broadly, like, you know, including, like, Central, you know, Mesoamerica, you know, like what codifies all that, like, when it comes to, like, you know, indigenous groups and shit being, like, on one side of, like, a political issue and shit, chances are, like, 99.9% of the time, that's the good side. That's the correct side, you know, to be on. Like, when it comes to, like, you know, the, you know, like, issues that, you know, that might be when it comes to their politics. I mean, obviously, not always, as Vosh mentioned, hence why I say 99.9% of the time. It's obviously not always, but I mean, you know, mainly the reason why is because, I mean, you'll get, like, you know, tribal leadership and shit that might, you know, get, like, you know, some, you know, lobby dollars or, like, you know, some money into some, you know, shit to kind of, like, you know, butter them up a little bit. And the main reason why I would say that is, in a sense, like, I mean, we see that here in America with a lot of Native Americans and indigenous people here in North America. Like, when it comes to things like casinos and shit like that. Like, you'll see a lot of these reservations and a lot of these different, you know, chieftains and different, like, administrations or, like, higher-ups of different tribes that are just, frankly, you know, corrupt as hell. Mainly because, you know, they kind of been buttered up by the money. And basically have essentially left the rest of the tribe / reservation to kind of, like, you know, be left to, you know, run out to dry, basically. And it's like they're already in desperate situations as it is. Not in literally a sense, mutual death would be a pretty cool picture of Congress would dissolve both themselves and the president, making all incumbents ineligible, or the president would do the same. Yeah, maybe, I guess in America, yeah, well, yeah, I guess, yeah. I mean, there would be a silver lining to it, I suppose.
I'm sure, but yeah, mostly. Sick art. Yeah, it looks pretty good here. This is at the National Assembly. Man, wouldn't it be cool if our
dude, yo, like, for real, hold up, yeah.
boring ass fucking legislative building?
Dude, that's like the National Assembly in Ecuador. Dude, imagine if our fucking Congress or, you know, whatever the fuck, look at this. Dude, yo, dude, this shit is like a fucking, like, what would it be called? Like a collage almost? It's like collage of all sorts of different shit. Dude, it's so cool. But dude, that's dope. Got, like, you know, cool looking dude right there. You got, like, you know, this crazy, you got these cool hands that are, like, kind of like holding up the star. Like, I mean, you got, you know, some sort of a saying, a quote by a guy. I don't know, like, you got some skeletons. You got, like, you know, some other shit going on over here that's kind of cut off. I mean, you got some stuff that's cut off, but dude, this shit is so fucking cool, dude. One of those portraits probably looks vaguely like Karl Marx. What, this guy right here? Are you talking about that guy right there? That dude? This guy? Because, I mean, I can kind of see it. I mean, a little bit, but it looks too communist. I mean, I guess so. I can see that, but, I mean, like, look, I mean, even if our Congress has some shit like this, but even if it was, like, very American looking, like, you have some eagles, maybe a Mount Rushmore, or whatever the fuck, and all that stupid bullshit. Like, even so, if that was the case, I still think it would look kind of dope. At least it would add a little flavor a little bit, outside of just, like, the bland-ass looking fucking building that it is. You buff Abe Lincoln. You, dude, yes. I want, like, a buff Abe Lincoln when he's, like, a fucking wrestler. Yes, dude. Yeah, no, unironically. I want a fucking Abe Lincoln where he's, like, you know, shirtless and shit, you know, like, when he's in his wrestling status and shit, when he was a wrestler. I want that shit, dude. Like, I want him, like, you know, like, all buffed out, like, you know, fucking swole, looking like a Chad, you know, with his top hat and everything, just fucking looking like a wrestler, bro. I want that, like, Abe Lincoln up there as a portrait. Dude, fuck yes. Like, I mean, like, honestly, Ecuador's got us beat with their National Assembly. Like, this is a little bullshit. Like, why don't we got some cool shit like this? I mean, and you know what? They're not even doing it, like, you know, they're not even being over the top of the flag. They just have one big one. That's it. Just simply one big one. That's all they need. Like, America literally will have, like, 8,000, like, small American flags just dotted everywhere. Like, all they have is just one big one. That's all they need. And that's all you really ever need. It's just, like, get one big one and just set it in the center of everything. And just have, like, a collage of cool shit. There you go. Boom. What's this? Yes! 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 Dude, abso-fucking-lutely. And this is canon. This is absolutely canon to me. I want that in Congress. I actually want that as a gigantic fucking portrait in Congress. I want it, like, unironically the size of, like, I don't know, like this. I literally want it to be, like, this big. Like if that, like with the hands and the star, I want that to be the centerpiece, just like how that is. It needs to be the centerpiece. Just like fucking Abe, dude. Fuck yeah, bro.
Had any cool shit in it instead of like
Fetterman gets that for his office to troll cons. Oh my god, yes please. Yes please. I mean, Fetterman doesn't even need to do that because Fetterman himself is already like that. Dude, that guy's a giant. Dude, that guy's fucking gargantuan, bro. He's huge. He's a big boy. And he's not even like a fat guy either. He's just huge. He's just a big guy. Like, I mean, he's gigantic. Like, I mean, look at any pictures with him when he's like literally with anybody else. Just anyone else. Dude, he towers over everybody. The dude's a giant. Like, I mean, have some fucking portraits of that guy, you know? Like, seriously, I mean, like, I mean, it wouldn't be that hard.
Boring and gay. Also, they all have computers. Oh my god, they're living in the future.
Oh, even fucking...
Looks really cool.
Dude, seriously. Dude, I can't get over, like, this right here with the hands and, like, the star and shit. Like, that looks so goddamn cool. Dude, and this right here... Like, got, like, a head that looks like it's attached to, like, this really creative looking, like, fiery, like, spine / like, flame looking thing and shit. This is so cool, dude. Like, I mean, this is so awesome. Like, dude, Ecuador, yo. Why do you got, like, a cool-ass National Assembly? Like, what the fuck? Popping off over here.
I think one of the reasons I really like this is because I feel like all of these would be hung up as degenerate art in Nazi Germany. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they actually unironically probably would. Dude, same thing for, like, Florida or some shit these days. Yeah.
None of this is, like, boring paint by numbers, like Euro classicism or whatever. This is all, well, I don't know if I'd call it avant-garde today, but back when it was commissioned, it probably was, you know, obviously. Read the Spanish words, Bosch.
Well, I mean, yeah, this it's a quote by MD Cacuano or Cacuano. Somos con la par del Paramo Coliseo a la Indonesia, and it has different names listed there as well. I wonder what that means. I honestly kind of legit kind of wonder what that means. I'm assuming maybe someone of us chat might say.
Ramo que si la arranca y vuelve a crecer. That was my best guess. That was my best.
I feel like even in my inebriated state, I feel like I did that better.
Okay, there we go. I tried my best. That was fine. Shut up.
Yeah, everyone's getting butthurt over it. Wait, what about this one? Descarriado de plebo donde socio jóvenes son jóvenes con Triano Montalvo or Montalvo, yeah. I'm guessing that's a quote by a guy named Montalvo. I have no idea who that guy is, but sounds like a cool quote.
Sorry, yeah, they have the text of this ancient language written on the walls. Del pueblo donde los jóvenes son humildes con el...
I mean, I'm not gonna dog on him for saying it so slowly because I was doing the same thing, but I mean, I feel like I personally feel like I was pronouncing like, or at least pronouncing it better, like at least for me personally.
Nice. Spanish is very satisfying to say, don't you guys think? Like, even if you have no idea what
it
you're
is
saying and you're mispronouncing it.
I mean, maybe it's just kind of an America thing, but honestly, speaking any foreign language and feeling like you kind of nailed it, you know, like, I mean, there is kind of a sense of like, yeah, satisfying. Like, I mean, there really is kind of a sense of that. Like, I mean, because I feel that, like, with other languages, too, not just Spanish. That's just
Spanish,
me.
like a satisfying language to roll, like, just let roll off the tongue. I mean, you literally roll your R's sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah, it flows very well. I don't know why people say that, like, French is the like the most romantic. French sounds disgusting. I genuinely don't get it.
Oh, Dieu, ça fait trembler. Also, si vous I mean, it really does kind of sound like just like basically someone being like, you know, it basically just sounds like something like, I'm just gonna be blunt, it really does sound like a language where someone's going like most of the time. It really does.
I think like Spanish sounds suave as fuck.
True, it does.
German sounds cool. Italian.
It also sounds aggressive. French sounds like rats fighting in an elegant way. I mean, that is like the most positive way you could make a French sound, dude. That's unironically like the most positive way you could do it. I mean, like, cause honestly, I feel like Fosh is right. Spanish sounds suave as fuck. Like, I mean, I feel like Italian probably does a little bit as well. Like, German sounds cool as fuck, and also can be pretty aggressive and works really well for things like metal. I mean, Rammstein is the most perfect example for that. Or like other bands like Feuerschwanz and shit like that. So, I mean, German's really great. Icelandic sounds ancient as fuck because it's literally pretty much like, outside of Faroese, like, it's literally the most closest language to Old Norse. So that shit sounds ancient and sounds fucking like, you know, you're talking to, like, you know, ancient, like, fantasy, like, you know, Skyrim-esque, like, fucking, you know, like, you know, folk and shit. It's pretty cool. I love that language. Iceland's pretty cool. And, like, I mean, and, like, honestly, like, a lot of other languages at least got something going for it. French, though, it's just like, or at least at best, rats fighting in an elegant way. Where they're fighting with fucking little, you know, fencing swords. It's like, on the god. It really does, actually. Like a very well-educated rats of universal self-care and get good food. Well, you know what? France does have that going. And also, like, you know, when the government tries to raise the retirement age by, like, a year and a half, they literally try to revolt. So, I mean, like, I can't really make fun of the French that much because they actually have things called balls and a thing called a spine. So, I mean, I can't really make fun of them that much, but, I mean, I'm still gonna poke fun at the language. The language, yes, I'll still poke fun of that. But, I mean, the French people and just their gumption, like, I mean, we as Americans have lost the right to make fun of that. Like, the whole, like, oh, the French wave the white flag, blah, blah. No, we lost the right to do that. We have lost the right because they got balls. We don't. Like, we're the ones waving the white flag, not the French, so...
Sounds, I don't know, aggressive, energetic, enthusiastic, but I don't understand, like, French, I don't know enough about Portuguese to distinguish it really from Spanish, except it just sounds like uglier Spanish to me, but... Yeah.
That's basically a summary of Portuguese. No offense, Portugal.
Los Angeles, okay? I heard a lot of Spanish and not a lot of Portuguese.
Same.
But I find Chinese very sexy when women speak it. Man, I mean, you can cancel me for this. It's crazy to me. Chinese...
Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie, though. I kind of agree with whoever said that. I mean, honestly, anyone, like man or woman speaking a foreign language, at least for me personally, is kind of sexy. I mean, I will admit. Like, it doesn't matter if it's Chinese or German, French, or Russian. I don't give a fuck, dude. There's, like, a little bit of sexiness, you know, when I, like, you know, someone I'm kind of smitten with a little bit speaks another language out of nowhere, you know, and, like, especially very fluently. It's just like, oh. Because, like, honestly, it shows intellect. And it also shows that, like, you know, they have, like, you know, some smarts going on. And, like, it's another way to learn another language. There's a way to learn the language right there. I mean, so it's, I mean, there's, like, a lot of, like, W's going on with that for me personally. Like, I mean, at least it's because I'm bi. Like, I mean, for me personally, like, whether it's a man or woman, like, if they know another language, and I'm definitely kind of into them a little bit, I mean, that, them knowing another language, or, you know, or, like, you know, like, could speak, like, multiple languages, like, that legitimately is a very sexy attribute to me. It's just like, oh. I mean, it doesn't really matter what language it is. Like, if they're able to, especially very fluently speak another language, like, that is legit pretty sexy to me. It's like, oh.
Sounds so different to Korean and Japanese, and so much worse to me. When I hear, like when I was watching Parasite for Korean, I guess would be the most obvious, or like all the anime with Japanese. But whenever I hear any Chinese, maybe it's because I don't watch much Chinese media, so when I hear Chinese, it's usually like state broadcasters with like the...
That's like my dream object. My ass in French or Spanish or some Vietnamese or some shit. Dude, for real though. You actually kind of know what I mean. Yeah, dude, like, you actually kind of get it. Like, I mean, because, man, when I was in Iceland, dude, like, the amount of chicks who I could kind of tell were a little flirty and a little smitten with me, even a couple guys every now and then, but mostly chicks, for sure. Like, the fact that, obviously, they were just, like, fluent in Icelandic, and will every now and then throw that out on me and shit, and, like, there was just, like, something about that where I'm just like, oh my god, man, I really wish I wasn't here with, one, my family, and two, only for a week. Like, that's goddamn, dude. I mean, I would have, like, made sure I was overtly, like, ready to mingle, but there was literally no way I was gonna be able to do that when I was over there. Man, this is kind of why I'm trying to kind of push, you know, for next year that we all go, you know, because, like, I feel like, you know, we'd all understand and not give a shit if, like, we happen to bring somebody over or we spent the night somewhere or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, I know we all not give a fuck. So it's like, I mean, I kind of want to go back, you know, just because, like, I mean, we all would have a fucking blast over there. Goes ice and slow, slap. Dude, you know what? I'm fucking tempted to do that shit. I unironically would. I mean, when it comes to, like, I mean, I'm definitely wise enough of my finances that, like, if I really wanted to save up for that, I really could fucking do it. I really could. I just need to make sure I have a license so I could fucking rent a car and fucking go wherever I want. And it's just about, like, however long I'm, you know, gonna be there. That's it. Like, I mean, dude, fuck yeah. I would do that shit. Dude, I would solo Europe if I could. Save up like fucking 4K and, like, you know, take a flight to Iceland and then fly into Europe and, like, mainland Europe, and then just, like, start driving around over there, and then, like, you know, fly back to Iceland for, like, you know, one more week and, you know, drive around, hang out over there, and if I come back home, dude, fuck yeah, I'd do that shit. Dude, absolutely. I mean, if I had the money, I would totally do it. But, I mean, and the thing is, though, like I said, I know I could save up for it if I really wanted to. I'm just saying, if we all kind of collectively pulled up, I think it'd be easier if we all kind of went as a group a little bit, because it's, like, actually, in kind of a weird way, it's a little cheaper to kind of go as a group, because, I mean, like, when it comes to things like, you know, buying food and stuff like that, I mean, you're all kind of, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, like pitching in, like, you know, you're all, like, you know, at the homie's pad or so to speak, right? You know, like, if you're going, you know, grocery shopping shit. So, I mean, and a lot of, like, you know, the food, especially at least when we were there that we're consuming, was stuff that we bought. And we kind of collectively pitched in for. And I, you know, bought some groceries myself, too, while we were there as well, on top of everyone else. So, I mean, like, I know you said earlier that, like, at least in the group chat, that, like, prices, you know, to go to Iceland have definitely bumped up a lot. I think it's just because a lot of it is, well, mainly inflation, I think. And also because Iceland is legitimately a very hot tourist spot. Like, when we went there, it wasn't really as, like, globally known as a major tourist spot, but I think at this point it kind of is. So I think that's part of the reason why. So, I mean, yeah, I guess that's kind of the unfortunate thing about it, you know, like, where, like, if you're, where if you're at an area that is kind of starting to pop a little bit, like, if you kind of jump on the gun a little bit before it really starts becoming popular, and, you know, especially the local populace take advantage of that, then, you know, it's obviously going to be a different experience a little bit, so I don't know. Maybe, like from what I understand, like, it also does kind of depend on when you order, you know, a ticket, you know, to go fly over there. Because, at least, you know, when it came to, like, around the October area, that's, like, you know, was the cheapest, you know, time, you know, at least when my mom ordered tickets back in 2018. Or at least, you know, back when we flew over there. So, you know, I think it also just kind of depends on the time of year as well. So, I imagine summertime is a lot more expensive in comparison to, like, the fall and winter, you know, going there. So, I mean, and honestly, fall is not really a bad time of the year to go to Iceland because it's not like freezing cold and it's not like super warm or anything like that. It's kind of in the middle. I mean, it's actually relatively on par with Oregon almost. Like, when I was in Iceland, like, it really did kind of feel like I was just in Oregon when it came to the weather. It really didn't feel that, like, drastically different at all. It was colder, for sure, but it didn't feel any different. It kind of felt like a typical winter in Oregon, frankly. Like, it didn't really feel that bad. So, weather-wise, not a problem. I'd argue. I really want to do Netherlands, Belgium, and France. Oh, dude, hell yeah, man. That'd be so cool. I mean, you know, while we're at it, why not Luxembourg and fucking Germany, too? I mean, go to, like, Frankfurt, Munich. I know Munich, historically, has been a very leftist city, historically, in Germany. Like, during the Weimar Republic, like, a lot of, you know, leftist / like, quote-unquote, degenerate, progressive, you know, ideas and a lot of, you know, thought and stuff, you know, came out of Munich and shit. So, I mean, I bet Munich would be so fucking cool to check out. I mean, I've always thought Munich would be a really cool place to, you know, visit. So, I mean, I'd love to go check that out. I mean, so, I mean, if, you know, might as well. I mean, like, because Belgium, and the Netherlands, and, France, I mean, they all fucking border Germany. And Luxembourg is, you know, like, pretty much, you know, sits pretty much between all of them. Well, not Belgium. I think it's it. Well, actually, no, it does. It sits in between France, Belgium, and Germany. So, my work doesn't allow more than 2 weeks off without medical reason or special approval. Well, I mean, if you're going out of the country for a while, I'm sure that could be a special approval type of thing. I suppose if you ask for it in far enough advance, that probably could be. Luxembourg's too bougie. Germany would be cool, though. I mean, I'm just only saying Luxembourg because it just happens to be, you know, next to those countries. I mean, it's one of those places where it's like, hey, if we have time, fuck it, let's check it out. But, you know, yeah, like, there's nothing really about Luxembourg that, you know, that strikes me as, you know, wanting to visit. It'd just be kind of like more of like, you know, check it out for the day. Like, I'd spend a day in Luxembourg. Like, if I happen to be in Belgium or Germany or France or something and happen to be close enough to Belgium, I'd go drive over there for a day and visit it for a day and leave and go back to fucking Paris or wherever the fuck I happen to be staying at or some shit. I'd do that. I wouldn't stay there for a while, but I'd at least, you know, yeah, I'd check it out. Let's see what Luxembourg's about a little bit. See if there's, like, you know, anything going on, which is probably gonna, frankly, look like exactly fucking like France and Belgium, just smaller and just ever so slightly distinctly different. I ain't driving if I go to Europe. It just are. Oh, high-speed rail. Well, I mean, like, what if you, like, well, the thing is, so what about, like, you know, the smaller villages and stuff like that? I mean, if there's, like, I mean, because I kind of want to be, you know, checking shit like that out, myself, personally. I go check out, like, some small villages that are outside of the big cities and stuff like that. I mean, also, at least for Iceland, you kind of need to rent a car because there is no, like, rail system, really. I mean, and the main reason why is because it doesn't really need it. Like, Iceland's a small enough country where it doesn't really need that. Like, you can literally drive from one end of Iceland to the other within a day. Like, I mean, it's, like, there's no real need for it. Yeah, I would need to. Yeah, I'm saying, at least, you know, for that country. I mean, even for Britain to a certain extent, I mean, you know, for England, I mean, you probably would fare better renting a car there, you know, more so than not. But that's just mainly because, like, the high-speed rail might only go to very certain areas, and, you know, like, if you're going to want to explore certain spots and shit, the high-speed rail is not going to really get you there. My favorite part of the debate was when Vush said it's Vushin time and Vushed all over him. Is that are you saying that because we happen to have Vush here? Yeah, well, we kind of derailed into talking about, like, you know, maybe going to different parts of Europe and shit, because I petitioned, like, the idea of at least trying to go to Canada maybe sometime later this year. And, you know, maybe next year at least trying to go to Iceland, you know, and after that, you know, frankly, I mean, I want to go somewhere else in Europe, so Like, I mean, all in all, I most certainly, would definitely, like, we're kind of spitballing ideas, frankly, at this point. We kind of derailed into that. But I'm fine with it, because honestly, like, I mean, I just want to explore, like, pretty much, like, as far as I'm concerned, every country in Europe to some extent. Like, I want to, like, I'd love to go check out Hungary, the Czech Republic, France, Germany, Norway, fucking Denmark, I mean, Belgium, Luxembourg even, I don't give, like, Liechtenstein even, I don't give a shit. Like, I want to see all of them. Fuck it. Try to navigate an areas European city roads and car sounds hella painful. Well, in mainland Europe, I will say this, in Iceland, when it comes to driving a car, it's actually not much different than driving in the US. Like, how they drive is the same way that we drive here. Like, on the right side, you're driving this way, and on the left side, you're driving this way on the road. So, like, all in all, like, Iceland, when it comes to the driving over there, it's not different, from how we do it over here. It's just basically metric system instead of imperial. That's really the main difference. So when it comes to renting a car / driving around in Iceland, it's not different at all, basically. Iceland drives on the right. Yep, they drive on the right. I mean, not every country in Europe drives on the left side. Iceland's one of the countries that drives on the right side. I don't know which countries in Europe do, outside of Iceland, but I know Iceland does. I think there's at least, like, a couple other countries that do, but Iceland does for sure. I would know, because I literally was there. I mean, they have a lot of one-way streets and shit like that. I mean, so there is that to consider, but all in all, I mean, if you're out on the main roads and, like, traveling to, like, one town to another, it's, on the right side, two-way street. Maybe there might be four-way lanes. I'm too shit of a driver for that. We would need to get Logan down to have him rent a car, then I contribute funds. Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, like, when it comes, at the end of the day, like, I would personally drive around myself. And actually, I know where to go. So, I mean, like, yo! Hey! What the fuck, dog? What the hell, bruh? Like, honestly, like, for me personally, like, I know where to go, especially when it comes to places I've been to already, and there are certain places I do want to go to that I haven't been yet, obviously, and next time I go to Iceland, I want to go to. So, like, honestly, when it comes to, like, things like traveling and driving around in Iceland, when it comes to that stuff, like, when it comes to the actual, like, details of the game plan of us going to Iceland, let me honestly take a lot of the, role of that. Let me be, like, kind of the leadership of that, because I've been there already once before, so I got the most experience there, and kind of know, how to navigate and deal with, some of the shit around there. So, I mean, and honestly, like I said, it really actually isn't that difficult, it's just that, like, I guess in a way, think of Portland when it comes to, like, some of its, like, semi-European structure, but it's all European instead. Like, I mean, just, I guess thinking it that way, because Portland does have a lot of, like, one-way streets and shit like that, but it's, like, 2 lanes. In Europe, and at least in Iceland, especially a lot of streets that we're at, it's one-way streets. Where it's, like, 1 lane and one, but, like, there's at least obviously enough room where you can park on either side and stuff like that. And the road is also predominantly a pedestrian-based type of road as well, so you're gonna have people kind of walking back and forth and stuff, so you can't just be zooming in like 800 miles an hour like you're fucking owning the place either. So I mean, like, it's it's kind of like that, but I mean, if anything, that's actually good. Like, I mean, that's nice. I mean, in a way, that's actually a positive culture shock. But either way, I mean, Iceland isn't really, like, as bad as you might necessarily think it is, especially when it comes to the driving aspect of things. But if you're in Reykjavik, like, in the main city, especially if you happen to, like, find a spot to rent out, which I might be able to hit up my mom about finding a spot that's pretty good. That's, like, in the center of the capital and shit, basically. Especially when it comes to, like, where a lot of the commerce is, so to speak. Because the last time, I mean, at least the time I was there, like, that's kind of where we set up shop and shit. So, like, which is pretty much, like, kind of right in the middle of all the commerce and stuff. So, if you're there, like, you don't really need to drive or anything. The only time we ever drove around is when we left Reykjavik to go somewhere else. So, which was either, like, going to Geysir or Vik or, like, any other of these little small towns, villages that we, you know, happened to visit and stuff, and these other sites that we wanted to travel to. Like, I mean, outside of that, like, I mean, we were just mostly walking around everywhere. Because, like, a lot of the different stuff in Reykjavik is literally just within, like, a less than an hour walking distance. Like, I mean, I have a whole map of Reykjavik over here, and it's not that big. I mean, for the biggest city in Iceland, it's not big at all. And most of it's a lot of a residential area and shit. And unless you want to look at some pretty cool looking residential areas and stuff, which honestly, residential areas out there look fucking really cool. I mean, so I will admit that, but I mean, unless you want to see some of that shit that, you know, just kind of tangential looks kind of cool, I mean, I mean, you know, there ain't really much to explore there. So, like, a lot of the really cool stuff that you want to check out, I mean, it's all within less than an hour's walking distance. In fact, less than 30 minutes even. Almost moving for a childhood friend to the Yucatan region of Mexico. More Mayan than Mexican. Push her on it, honestly. I mean, she has a childhood friend that, you know, she maybe wants to reconnect with a little bit and go to Mexico. Dude, honestly, bro, go try it. Dude, fucking, you know, try it out. I mean, because honestly, I mean, like, I know the idea of, like, oh, but I need to learn Spanish. I mean, frankly, the idea, like, I mean, if you think about it, a lot of people your age or younger probably know, you know, English just as much as Spanish. I'm too white to go that deep. You'll be fine, bro. I think you'll be okay. You'll be fine, bro. I mean, oh my lord. You'll tan up pretty quick and you won't look white. Alright? How about that? Should be cracking papayas and Corona on a roll beach in Yucatan. Low key though. Yeah, no, I'm actually being, yeah, no, actually seriously though. Yeah, like, you know, if like, you know, moving somewhere else in the U.S. isn't something that's feasible, but there's a possible opportunity with moving to Mexico and moving there and shit, honestly, take it. I mean, with the money that y'all make right now and shit, like, I mean, you know, and having that exchange into Spanish, like in Mexican pesos, like, I mean, you would actually be having a lot of fucking money. Yucatan's kind of near Cancun. Yeah, it's near Cancun. So let's say that, like, me and the boys want to go to Cancun. Dude, we could fucking visit you or some shit. Imagine the social services aren't that great. I mean, I don't know. I at least managed to talk her into out of Puerto Rico. Didn't know they effectively have a board of directors. Well, also, like, aren't they struggling still due to the fact that they basically got fucked by Irma and Harvey and shit? Like, are they still struggling to recover from that? So, I mean, yeah, Puerto Rico, I mean, I'd love to visit, but, I mean, goddamn, I feel so bad for the people that have to live there. Because our government just does not give a fuck about any of them, dude. Looks kind of nice, actually. Well, yeah, if, like, our government gave enough of a shit about them to, like, not let them just, like, suffer. I mean, like, that's kind of the problem. It's just, like, I mean, it does look nice, like, if our government actually, you know, put some funding and actually, you know, uplifted that fucking place. No, Yucatan, not Puerto Rico. Oh, Yucatan? Oh, well, oh, yeah, Yucatan, though? Oh, yeah. Hella Forest looks such a kind of, yeah. Oh, no, I know, yeah, at that point, no, I agree with you, yeah. Up in Arizona, that fell apart when the bank said no. Well, yeah, because the banks fucking suck. Banks are shit. Can't move Arizona, huh? Well, no, it's not that they said they can't move. That's not what he means. It's that, like, there was supposed to be a... If I remember correctly, I'm sure Vam's gonna say it here, but I think it was because they denied him a loan for the money because of the property value of his, you know, the house that he's living in and shit. Or something like that, if I remember correctly. The property wasn't worth enough to loan 65K on. Yeah, there you go, yeah. See, and, which honestly is retarded. Like, you know what, hold on. I actually know a good song that I can play that is tangential to saying, you know, fuck the banks. Because, yeah, fuck banks, and we need to have a song that is dedicated to that. Oh. Wait, hold on. Mama did the math and thinks the bank fucked up its math and didn't want to admit it. That is probably, like, very likely what happens. Like, that's very likely what happened. They fucked up, but don't want to admit it, so they're gonna fuck you instead. I hate banks, just can't stand them. Now I'm in them. If you thunder, is that wrong? I hate banks and their song.
Think I ride myself 102. I hate banks, yeah, how about you? Well, let me in there.
You gonna give me a dime? Do this on the 0 time. The rights of institutions, with drugs of highfalutin. The song comes in serious suit there. Don't keep on my loot. Ooh, my friend, just be a sinking bank. I'm gonna be singing on stage, so you can eat my heat. Whoa. I do hate banks. Well, this song's for you then, ain't it? I'm construction, nothing simple. I hate banks, it's just that simple. Oh, now, shut up! We listen now, it's all it is. You like it, really do.
Now let me tell you people something. Only banks I like.
I like different banks. Right? I do.
And I like the banks of the Mississippi River.
Or the Columbia. Or pretty much any river.
Yeah, and I like banks of Fender Twin Reverb. Let your guitar guys. Raging on the stage. Yeah.
I know turkeys, you like dog. Big old dog. Don't play song at all. The crackers are very small. And give it to the rich. Make a presentation dish. Oh. I love that one. Make a big president twitch in a ditch. Leave us there. Guard looking at me. Oh, God was video summit. My bones, it's on my dome. Yeah. Alright.
Everybody say these 3 magic words.
The 3 magical lovely words.
Repeat after me. Here we go.
I hate banks. I hate banks. I hate banks. Like them. I hate banks. Bunch of foo-foos. I hate banks. I hate banks. Oh, I hate banks. Yes, can't stand them. I ain't in trouble, man. I'll plan them. 6 feet under, is where they belong. I hate banks is the name of the song. I guys is on too. I hate banks is not about you.
Now let me tell you something else.
I don't want every corner of the country issuing its own money. Is there to keep track of one? I mean, I kind of like that too. I like that idea. I mean, it like there really should be broadly one monetary fucking currency and shit. I mean, in a way, I mean the U.S. dollar is kind of like that in a sense. I mean, because so much of the fucking economic system is built around that. So, I mean, in a sense, I mean there is a little bit of kind of like a proto-global monetary, currency, but it's just not actually established yet. I feel like given enough time, I feel like the US dollar would just be considered like the international dollar. Considering how influential it is. The euro should be global currency. I mean, I agree more with that. I mean, it's already like multinational. Alabama has its own currency, and so did Oregon. If I moved to Oregon, in that scenario, my Alabama money would be worthless, and the exchange rate would probably be awful. Well, luckily, that's why we have a U.S. dollar. And you know what's, kind of crazy is that for a certain time in America, there wasn't really like a full-on standardized currency yet. So these different territories and these different states, also companies, hence the company town. Like, a lot of these different, territories and different states and, different companies would establish their own currency because there wasn't like a full-on established currency there for a minute. At least for a while in America's history, and even then, companies would still full on just like establish, their fucking currency and shit because it was a way to fucking keep people roped into their fucking towns. Is the Oregon currency just weed? At this point, yeah. Pretty much.
Man, after we just rocking for about an hour, 2 hours, encores out the door, crowbar, man, there's a psychotic reaction and everything. Me and Skid Row was about 2:30 Sunday morning, we said.
Artificial price reduction is nice for limited income folk like me. Isn't it like the same thing for the euro as well? It'd be really fucking funny if China starts paying the U.S. bills to prevent a global financial crisis from default and to gain power. In a weird way, hasn't China slowly but surely been kind of doing that to us economically over time anyway? Actually, I'm kind of surprised they haven't started doing that yet. Wouldn't that be China's goal anyway? Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, a little bit. Because aren't they trying to, basically do the more covert, more Machiavellian, way of, gaining global power? They're not doing the American / Russian way of doing it, which is with an iron fist. They're doing so with a different way, which is a lot more calculated and quiet, basically. Oh my god, these hiccups. You fucking kidding me? Again? Fucking hiccups, dude. Alright, I think they went away. You're probably... No, they didn't! Oh my god! Fuck. Hold on, I got... this needs to be dressed first. Fuck.
Last week we had the floating doo-doo balls in here, and they indulged in people, and I don't have too much money. I said, wait a minute. I want this shit out of you, I'll squeeze your head, boy. Yeah, so you get this big mother load of bills.
Okay. I think they're gone now. You'll probably be more realistic, like the UK or France or Germany being like, oh shit, and paying the bills. That also would be possible as well. I guess in a way, if you think about it, considering how much we're fucking giving to Ukraine when it comes to money and, military investment shit, do you really think that's just a gift? Eventually, when all's said and done, Ukraine's gonna pay that back, to the American government some way. America's gonna, as a government apparatus, gonna be like, alright, so... after all that we gave you, you're gonna give us something back, right? And Ukraine does have a lot of natural resources and a lot of different things that America does see as kind of a little bit of an interest to them. Say what you want about the war. All things considered. If you look at the geopolitical ramifications, at least when it comes to the U.S.'s influence on this, that's what the U.S. is looking at. I mean, it's just like that is kind of the sad truth about it. I mean, it's just like, obviously, you know, like when it comes to the war, I mean, you know, it's like it's wrong, and I mean, it should have never happened in the first place, and Ukraine has got every right to defend itself. But I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to America's influence and its, you know, fucking hands being meddled into this, I mean, it's nothing but, you know, negative. And, you know, eventually, you know, like, you know, Ukraine's gonna pay that back in some way, shape, or form. With the $1 trillion coin. With 60 of them and cash them into the babies in. I mean, we have a fiat currency. I mean, we could do that. I mean, so, yeah. Put the amount in the Social Security Trust Fund and raise payouts. I don't disagree with that, yes. Sounds pretty good to me. Good damn dog. Where the hell my money? Raise those fucking payouts. Yeah, we're switching genre. Let's see what else is going on. Let's see what else we can check out. What's going on? What? What are you staring at me for? Oh god. I bet this dog's gonna fucking start boofing at me. Get some mighty fine beer. It's true. And the winters are plenty. Joyous and says the whole of the city is waiting for the fluids to provide them there. Down to the lights of like they dare. There's no care who comes to learning. And of debauchery, violence and sin. If Republicans say people threaten to make a Social Security universal from birth, I mean, shouldn't it be already? I mean, that should really be codified already as it is. Because, yeah, I mean, the whole idea of Social Security should be like, yeah, like at the end of the day, like, socially, I mean, when it comes to the whole, like, you know, living in a society, you have security and being able to live comfortably. It's kind of the whole fucking premise of the goddamn thing. So, yeah, it should be codified, you know, as that. Aw, you're finally sitting in that chair again?
Just a little baby.
If you're looking to go on a glorious quest,
there's under the nose of an old treasure chest. There's anything so great as vanguard of a hill. Enjoy the moment, many his tale. The eternity, the old dead maiden. She may be old, but her beauty ain't fading. And Nancy don't care who comes to her in. It's a den of debauchery and violence and sin. So come take a drink and drown your sorrows. And all your fears will be gone till tomorrow. And run all your regrets and live for the day in Nancy's Harbor Cafe. So come take a drink. Drown your sorrows, and all of our fears will be. Cynic argument though, like make some unproductive, like so you really want. Well, I mean, so what? I mean, frankly, I don't want more than goddamn minimum. I mean, like I feel like everybody wants that to some extent. I don't think anyone necessarily wants to have to like you know, earn when it comes to their fucking minimum in life. Especially when it comes to their basic creature comforts. And also their basic necessities. Like it's well same from earlier this morning. When you can get no effort, what I mean is what I mean. Well, yeah, I mean fundamentally as a concept and as an idea, like yeah, I don't disagree with that. I want to work and fight for that type of idea where we don't really have to fucking break our goddamn back, you know, for the bare minimum. I mean, it's like because we shouldn't have to. I mean, I guess, you know, it's like as much as you think it might be like opium, I guess, or whatever. I mean, when it comes down to it, I mean, like what I, you know, advocate for is also kind of an advocation for like yourself as well. Because, like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, like, yeah, work is shit. Like, I certainly shit as hell know that. Or says show that most people don't want more than the bare minimum. Well, for sure. But that doesn't, you know, deride from the fact that, like, at the, you know, well, obviously at the very minimal, people deserve at least, you know, like some basic bare minimum sense of, like, you know, comfortability. I'm one of them. Well, again, I mean, at the end of the day, for me, it's so what? Like, I don't think that matters, you know, and I don't really think that means, you know, there's, like, some sort of, like, inherent, like, oh, how dare you fucking thing or some shit to that. At least to me. Like, I don't see, at least especially as a labor advocate, I don't see, you know, fucking animosity about that. I mean, you know, because, like, at the end of the day, it's like, I mean, for me personally, when it comes to me being a labor advocate, you know, like, I want to advocate so we, you know, we as people and we as society don't have to fucking, like, work for our, you know, like, just the bare minimal creature comforts and necessities that we need, you know, as people and as a society and shit. So, I mean, like, all in all, like, I mean, it's like, I don't have, you know, some sense of animosity, you know, towards that type of shit. I mean, like, because I get it. Like, because, yeah, work is shit. Like, honestly, you know, like, if I wanted to, I could take a, you know, an ability to, you know, have Social Security and shit like that if I really wanted to. But, like, at least just for me personally, I just know that I have more opportunities, you know, being within the workplace, you know, more so than not. And that's just for me. But I know that's not everybody. Like, not everyone has that type of fucking gumption, and that's totally fucking fine. And honestly, considering how the current, you know, like, system is when it comes to work and shit, I ain't gonna fucking blame anyone for not wanting to partake in that shit. Fuck that. Yeah, I agree with that. They can see me fucking, like, you know, disparage that idea inherently. I mean, it's just like, you know, at least, you know, for me at the end of the day, like, when it comes to it, it's like, when someone has an ability to have, like, an opportunity, having, you know, to have a door open to, you know, get a, you know, a better step up, you know, to be able to, like, you know, get out of a certain, like, you know, fucking rut that they're in. Like, I mean, and that maybe that might include having to get a job or something, then I would advocate for that. And I am, and I will. But, like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I mean, if there's, like, another opportunity that lies elsewhere that isn't, you know, that, then go for that instead. I mean, it's like, I mean, because honestly, there's a lot of different things about, like, you know, humanity that isn't necessarily just, like, you know, where opportunity lies, where it's just work. Like, there's a lot of things in the arts. There's a lot of things, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, writing things or, like, you know, making music or fucking anything else. So, I mean, it's just like, I mean, there's, you know, like, at the end of the day, like, humanity is just ripe with opportunity, but our entire system is just built against, you know, suppressing that. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, and at the end of the day, it's like, I mean, the sad truth is, like, and, you know, at least for a lot of us, you know, for a lot of people, you know, they kind of have to work with what they got and be able to try to fight to make that better. And that doesn't make anyone lazy or, you know, or fucking, you know, some, you know, leech or some shit just because, you know, they recognize that and they understand that, you know, it's just, it really truly is not for them, and they won't be able to handle that. There's nothing against that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that at the end of the day. I'm a lazy piece of shit. Okay, dude, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the opposite. My income is a gun generous sale. It's one of my comments to them. Like, well, the thing is, like, why have the animosity? I guess, you know, it's really what I say. It's like, because what I advocate for, especially as a worker, is, you know, also to uplift, you know, people like you, just because despite, I was saying that to you. Well, okay, I'm just saying, though. Like, I mean, because, I mean, I will admit, though, like, I mean, I do feel like there is a little bit of an animosity, you know, in a sense, but I'm not saying that's towards me directly. But, I mean, you know, I'm just, you know, but I think, obviously, you've had, you know, some negative experience with work. I mean, you've told me about it before and shit. I mean, hell, I have. I understand it. I fucking sympathize with it and fucking feel you with it 100%, because I've had similar experiences. Walmart's dramatic. It was. I mean, for sure. I mean, from what you've told me, I mean, it sounds fucking horrible. I mean, goddamn, I'd fucking feel the same way, frankly, if I was in your shoes and shit. I mean, honestly. I mean, legit. I mean, hell, there's like a lot of different things about my work that, you know, is pretty traumatic too and shit over the years. I mean, not recently at least, but like, well, honestly, I guess so a little bit. But I mean, you know, it's like, unfortunately, I mean, I guess like that's kind of the sad fuck thing about it. It's just like, I mean, work is, you know, it's just unnecessarily traumatic, you know, when it doesn't have to be. You know, and like Walmart is, you know, no exception on that shit. I mean, why my workplace ain't? I mean, like, no workplace is, you know, a stranger to that shit. And like, a lot of people just really truly can't handle that type of shit. And it's, I mean, to me, there really ain't nothing wrong with it. I mean, like, at least for me, I was able to kind of, you know, like, you know, push through with it a little bit. But I mean, even then, it still gets to me occasionally. They generate my income for me is what I take pleasure pointing that out to them. Oh, for like the right wingers and shit. Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, I was triggering some right wingers earlier. Like I was showing Rip City. Here, I could probably find it. Oh yeah, I found it again. But yeah, here. Like I triggered a bunch of right wingers earlier too myself. So there's this comment that I made. Or this guy made. God damn it, Billy's on the Bud Light again. I'll show the YouTube short, you know, here in a second. Just kind of, you know, show what it was. But down here, I eventually made a comment. Still offended by beer, Lamau. The goddamn conservatives are sensitive, Lamau. Lol. And then someone's like, did you just assume my political identity? Which is the person who made the initial post. And then he got, still offended by a beer. These idiots forgot who the consumers were. It has nothing to do with politics. Clown boy. It has to do with values, which, I mean, that's just retarded as fuck. Your middle name must be Ant. Ignore Ant Husky. Oh, nailed him. Lol. Yep, got him, bro. And then he got this one. Okay, groomer. Which is very overtly Naziistic, but okay. I identify is unoffended. So that's a thing. Yeah, so I fucking like just triggered the shit out of a bunch of conservatives literally with one measly ass little comment. Billy the Fridge. Oh wait, yeah, here, let me show you the YouTube short. No, not Billy the Fridge, Billy Ginger. This guy.
Check out my brand new all-terrain hiking boots.
Hiking boots.
Is these boots stylish, but they're also very durable. They allow me to be nimble, like a gazelle, while being fast,
like a gazelle,
like a cheater,
and fast like a cheater. And just fucking starts running.
Check out my.
I mean, that's all it is. It's really just like, you know, kind of a redneck guy that, you know, does funny little skits like that and shit. Nothing about him is really overtly political. I've never seen a skit that, you know, says anything where it's political in nature. But it's literally just like a fucking comment about like, God damn it, Billy's been on the Bud Light again. Because of that because of the skit. Because I guess like the boots and him being in booty shorts and shirtless is like him being on the Bud Light because he's now slowly turning woke or something. Like it's a whole weird fucking like inference basically, and it's like, are you that triggered over a fucking beer? Like, seriously? Because, yeah, they are. They literally are. In fact, actually, I want a fun little song I can give them. Because this is how, this is what I want to do with them.
Fuck you, you're a fucking wanker. We're gonna punch you right in the balls. Fuck you, you're a fucking anchor. You're all cunts, so fuck you all. Fuck you.
I love this song so much.
We're gonna punch you right in the balls. Fuck you with a fucking anchor. You're all cunts, so fuck you all. Go! Fuck that to your ears. I have read by this cuss. My vocabulary was stunted at birth by a witch doctor from over the seas, casting a strange voodoo magic on me. Now when I speak, it's rather absurd. An endless tirade of four-letter words. I lash out in anger, that's all in my way. Shocking, unspeakable things that I say. Fuck you with the fuck wanker.
Also, this is better than the idea of Ring World's IMO. Way more expensive though. Quick little video from adorable sci-fi channel I found. Well, I'll check it out. I'll check it out here in a second.
Fuck you, you're a fucking anchor. You're all cunts, so fuck you all.
I kind of wish Ailstorm played this goddamn fucking song live. It wouldn't be perfect. There was a point where we were like, you know, the whole like crowd was all kind of like joyfully, you know, yelling "fuck you" to each other. We were all, you know, be like "fuck you." I think it was literally from the song "Shipboats" that they did near the end of this set. God, that concert was probably like one of the best ones I've been to in years.
Inside his big fucking ass. So fuck you all. Fuck you, you're a fucking wanker. We're gonna punch you right in the balls. Fuck you, with a fucking anchor. You're all cunts, so fuck you all.
Artisan discs are probably impossible, definitely so by current understanding of physics, but the idea is far more interesting than a comparable, more realistic ring world idea. Alderson discs? Okay, now you're really making me have to fucking watch this, huh?
Fuck you, you're a fucking wanker. Fuck you with the fucking anchor. You're all cunts, so fuck you all.
Okay, Pat.
Wait. Ah, no! Come back. Okay, there we go. Space Alien Explains. That's the name of the channel. This is like a 3-year-old video. Is the Alderson disc possible to make? Huh? So, the fuck is this?
Just think about this. See this donut?
Yes.
Now imagine people could live on this donut.
Yes.
But the donut is flat.
I thought you ran out of quarantine alcohol.
I sure did. So after making the last video, I had
Very setting for Sword and Magic World with a dash of sci-fi. Glory Hammer already did that.
a few ideas of where to go from there. I could pick...
Unless it's like Angus McFife or like Lord Zargothax, you know, being involved or some shit. I mean, like, I don't know about that.
easy and doable with Earth's current technology, or I could take the previous structure and make it twice as back. Want to take a guess what I decided to do?
Skip a minute or so. Well, too bad. No.
And on this,
I mean, it's a 5-minute video. I mean, you know,
the space
fuck it.
alien explains the Alderson disk. I decided to make it twice as back, of course. Easy decision. The Alderson disk was named for late scientist Dan Alderson, who worked for the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. Although Alderson was not a science fiction writer himself, many authors credit him as the inspiration for their work. He was also a big gaming and sci-fi fanboy, and he created an imaginary planet called Wibblefabwilda. He didn't write any novels about it or anything, he just came up with it for and giggles. An Alderson disc is basically a giant CD or DVD with a star in the middle. Humans would have a very limited habitable zone on this disk, with water freezing toward the outer edges and boiling away toward the inner edges, but people can live on either side of the disk without any problems thanks to a special kind of witchcraft called gravity. Look at this. Imagine how many Australians you could fit under there. Like at least 20.
Well, you're not wrong.
If you're
Wait, so like, okay, so how's this disc work? Is it like a megastructure?
thinking, oh boy, I can see all of the problems with that kind of structure. Holy you have no
So it is.
idea. For starters, Alderson disks would have to be unbelievably massive. This particular disk we're building is gonna be around 3,000 times the mass of the sun. From the inner to the outer edge of the—
Okay, where the fuck are you getting, like, any of these materials? Where in the actual goat fuck are you getting any of the materials that would be necessary to even make such a thing? Like, wait, you're saying that, like, it's far more... You have to harvest entire star. Yeah, like, no, like, dude, a ring world would literally be like, more feasible. Because you could basically, like, take at least, you know, a lot of, like, you know, the, like, Kuiper Belt or some shit, for example, and use that as, like, you know, at least, you know, kind of like an arc world or some shit. I said that. Wait, what? Or probably impossible. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, they're not really probably impossible. I mean, they are impossible.
The distance would be—
I mean, just like, I mean, like, goddamn.
about 370
They would be more interesting. I mean, they would be, but I don't even know how in the fuck they would even work. Like, so what about, like, the rest of the shit? Why not just make, like, a habitable ring world zone instead of this weird disc where, like, there's chunks of it that aren't habitable, like the center and the outskirts of it? For, like, water harvesting? Like, because if so, then why do you need so much, well, I don't know, like, material? I mean, look at all that. I mean, like, why do you need so much?
miles, while the thickness of the disk would be somewhere around 3,000 miles. In order for the sun to sit comfortably in the middle without floating around too much, the disk would have to be more massive than the star itself. The sun may be thick, but the Alderson disk is like, oh lord, he coming. So how would you—
Oh lord, he coming.
material to build this big son of a
birch world, if you want even more deeper mindfuck. Oh god.
basically gonna have to eat the whole goddamn cosmic neighborhood. Gathering as much usable mass as possible is gonna be the key to making this happen. So everything several hundred light years around has gotta go.
A supermassive black hole habitat with theoretically infinite room to grow. What the fuck? How's that even work? Oh no! Don't! Stop!
Except stars, of course. Good luck gathering anything from a giant ball of super hot plasma hellscape. Another way to get material would be to mine a molecular cloud. Areas of space rich with matter where stars are born. Molecular clouds are mostly hydrogen gas, though, and good luck making a disk with that. Look, I'm holding a disk made with gas right now. You can't see it, but it's there. Don't question me. So by some miracle, you somehow managed to get all the stuff needed. Just gotta put it together into one big disk, right? Easy. Oh my god, it's physics. No physics. Don't mess this up, you son of a— So remember that donut I mentioned earlier? Thanks to gravity, the middle area of the disk would actually start pulling in the edge regions. You'd end up with less of a disk and more of a donut. Worst case scenario, the entire thing just collapses into a black hole. Which is pretty much like up so—
Like, you make such a big megastructure around a star that you literally, like, artificially make a black hole. How do you fuck up like that?
you break the universe itself. If you can somehow manage to keep your structure a flat plane, it's likely the sun's gravity might steal the atmosphere. So a wall hundreds of miles high... No, not that kind of wall. Where is that coming from?
Wait, what band is that? What band is that?
It's likely the sun's gravity might steal the atmosphere. So a wall hundreds of miles high... No, not that kind of wall. Where is that coming from? Turn that off.
I mean, what, was that like, you know, some anime intro, or was that like a real band or something? I don't know.
Saying, a wall hundreds of miles high would need to be built around the central hole
I was digging it, though.
The sun's gravity from stealing the atmosphere. Because the sun and the disk don't really move, there would be a perpetual sunset. Or sunrise if you're a morning person. Day and night cycles could happen, but that requires making the sun or the disk bob up and down, which is a whole nother potential disaster to figure out. As absolutely freaking bad as an Alderson disk sounds, it's probably not very likely to actually be made. Larry Niven, the guy from our last video who created the Ring World, said that he really likes the idea of the Alderson disk, and here's the awful reason why. In his essay Bigger Than Worlds, Niven mentions that an Alderson disk would make a wonderful setting for a swords and sorcery kind of novel. Since the habitable zone for humans is relatively narrow, other areas of the disk could be occupied by aliens who prefer hotter or colder conditions. Over a long period of time, life forms would evolve to inhabit any empty regions. In other words, we could have actual monsters. And if civilization falls, it could get real fast.
So you mean to tell me we can make a real-life War of Underworld happen on an Alderson disk?
Never mind, I don't want it anymore. Get this out of my face. Hi everyone. Thank you.
So, like, I mean, I guess hypothetically, if it were to work, there could potentially be, like, you know, I mean, that would probably take thousands, if not, like, maybe even millions of years to even codify either way. But, yeah, hey. I dig it. I can dig it. I can dig that shit around there. I like it. But it do be a little whack. Be built to inhabit regions humans cannot. I mean, yeah. I guess when it comes to automation, that would work, yeah. Here, play a little song real quick. Go to the bathroom and be right back here in the sinkhole. But Dylan Gig search for stars. One new artist was starting on a broken Alderson disk. Wait, really? There actually is an Alderson disk in the gigastructures? Damn. 9 districts? Holy shit. Damn, son. Damn. 8 sections. Jesus. That's pretty intense. Damn. There. I'll be back. Oh, fuck. more fun for you. Come here. Come here. Oh my god, you little bitch. Come here. Oh my god, you little fucking dog. Come on. Actually, you know what? Come on, little brother. Come here. Come here. Oh my god, I fell in this water bowl. Grab it. Okay, you got it. You got it before it started soaking up all the water. I've got 3 of them lurking though, and 2 of them have warring PFGLs of massive armies. Well, I mean, that can't be that hard to deal with. I mean, come on. You know what? Nah, this one. Well done. Come here, bub. $10K worth of ground armies. Jeez, oh my god. We'll just start bombarding the shit out of them, I guess. I don't know. I mean, Jesus. How do you even fight that? Come here. Doggo. What about these? What? This is me gonna get you over here? Come here. You literally ran away. Oh, now I came back. Come here. Come on. Oh, now you show up. Whoa. Oh my god. Whoa, hi. A little savage. Whoa, hey, I was gonna give that to you, but you fucking savage. Ugh. What the fuck? What are you fucking snapping at? Jesus. Oh, Snoop. Legend to us all, his Hollywood rich man. So king. Riding right on the train, addicted to the sea. I was 2 years old when I discovered a simulator machine races to get special classes to know about the future. Instantly simulates an entire world. Entire world, damn. It's like some Borg level shit right there. Damn. Hey, do you have the hiccups too? What, are you getting the hiccups now? Goofy little boy? Sweet little dork. Oh my good lord. Hey! Patience! Hey! Hey! There's interrelation and nanobipalato and Atmo. They delivered exercise disturbing. You built no mechanism to measure the success. We open our eyes and look at our new limbs we already know. Whoa. Hey. Oh, savage.
Leading the charge is the mightiest scion of evil. Releases his name, the master of the family king.
Oh, goof. Oh my god. You're a flop. Oh, oops. Whoa, hey, 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 hey. Paw? I like it, still give me a paw. Hey, patience. Patience.
Grandmaster Prometheus, dispatch your knights of evil to slaughter more peasants in Doctor Knockedy. I seek command for Silver Prize.
Little goof. Spiritual source to get what I'm calling the woke beam. Will fire the entire world to turn spiritual if organic, if not hive mind or robotic. Our minds are robotic, so just instant die. But used for stuff civil wars and usable on your own wills to reinforce doctrine. Jesus, it's the woke beam. Jesus Christ. Goofy little dog, what are you doing? Goofy little mutt, what are you doing? You silly little boy, what are you doing? Oh my goodness, what are you doing, boy? Big ol' smush ball. You're gonna squeeze you until you popped. I gotta squeeze you until you popped. My God. Big good little fluff. What a goofy little thing. What? Ah! The flavor text says, quit flopping around. There we go. I mean, you can keep flopping around. I don't care. And the flavor text says this causes everyone who's organic hallucinating or whatever they call God by using side tech to mentally fuck with them. Whoa. Well, what is this? What are you doing? What? What are you doing? Yeah, you. What are you doing? You goofy little thing. You sweet little boy. What? What is up, boy? Venison beginner. Oh my god. Wow, what are you doing? Oh, hold on. What? You sweet little silly boy. You sweet little silly boy. Goof. What? What is with this little foot going on right here? What's going on with this foot? What is with this foot? Look at this foot. Are you just like zoned out? Like what in the fuck is going on here, bro? Baby. Mwah. You goof. You little goof. Look at this little foot just sticking out. You goofy thing. Oh my god, you're just a fucking Fruit Loop. Oh my god. Ugh. Alright, here you go. Yeah. Again with this. Oh my god. Silly dog. Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? Man, I was just literally about to like look at this and then it just did that on me. It's like, no. Anyway. Huh? Did you watch the Voosh debate with Lay Sinking? Like, basically like the equivalent of like 2 minutes worth. I caught him when he basically wrapped it up, or I guess like finished up the debate already, like he was talking about it. So I kind of skimmed through a little bit, and like there were some parts where he seemed like he was chill, but then they were like popping the fuck off every now and then. Watched about 45 minutes. So you would know more than I would. I don't know who he was. Like, I mean, I noticed this. I like the kid literally had a noose in his background, bro. Did you notice that? It was bad for a while. Oh, was it? Ugh. Like, dude, was the noose ever mentioned? Like, he literally had a noose in the background of, like, if you noticed. Like, was that ever mentioned? Did Vosh ever say anything about that? Because I noticed it immediately. Like, I thought that was weird. It's like, why does he have a fucking noose? Dude, I mean, honestly, like, was there, like, some weird vibes going on about him? I don't think Vosh said anything. Well, it's weird, dude. I'm not on Vosh's part. I mean, he had nothing to do with that. But, like, I mean, still, that is weird, man. Like, just, bruh. I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know. I guess we'll see some of this here in a second, or I guess in about 4 minutes. But you know, hey, you know, like I won't watch the whole thing, but we'll check out some of this, I guess. Kid looked barely out of high school. I forgive him for his anti-America takes. I mean, I obviously would, because I mean, being anti-American, at least when it comes to the political system and its governmental apparatus, I mean, I'm not against that. In fact, there's a lot of merit towards that anyway. I mean, the problem is that there's a lot of lefties, I guess, you know, that, you know, frankly, just literally look at that and nothing else. It's like, hey, you know, America ain't the only thing that's bad, okay? Like, I mean, there's plenty of things that ain't just America that's bad. I mean, America's definitely bad, and it has a major influence on a lot of things in the world, but it's not the end-all, be-all. Post-America is good, but post-imperialist for Russia is also objectively good. You want to know what's even a harder take? A post-imperialism, period, is objectively good. It literally does not matter who in the fuck it comes from. American, Russian, Chinese, or anything else in between. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, imperialism bad. Across the board. Like, I mean, it's such a hot take, I know. But nonetheless, like, I mean, that is, like, there's more merit in that, you know, in my opinion. I mean, but either way, that doesn't obviously mean that, like, like, you know, because there happens to be, like, you know, yeah, like, you know, the whole, you know, fucking Ukraine war right now. Like, I mean, it's like, just because, like, you know, some of the American / like Western imperialistic apparatus, you know, is taking advantage of that, doesn't mean, like, the direct, you know, outcome, you know, or I guess, you know, really the direct result of the war, you know, that Ukraine has to deal with is, you know, bad. Like, because obviously it is. So, I mean, it's like, you could, I mean, at least for me, it's like, you could still critique, you know, like, aspects of imperialism, whether it's from the West or the East, you know, or I guess in this case Russia / East. I mean, you know what I mean here. Yeah, like, yeah, I mean, it's like you can impose imperialism on, like, both angles on that, while still obviously advocating for Ukraine sovereignty and shit. At least I think you can. I guess that's like a very rare minority take, I suppose, at this point, but I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm a rare breed on that one. I'm ultimate. What, like, mankind? Well, but what would there be to be imperialists about, though? Like, what? Space? But that wouldn't be imperialist. That would just be exploratory. Like, I mean, you'd be, you know, just be exploring and expanding, you know, our own galaxy and other planets and shit. I mean, it's like, that wouldn't really necessarily be imperialism. Other worlds. Well, I mean, like, if we're gonna get to the point where we're, like, you know, seeing other sentient life like us, you know, in other worlds, then I don't know. It will eventually become a problem. I mean, I guess in a sense, like, I mean, with our current, you know, like, ideas and understanding about, like, politics and sociology and stuff like that, sure, but I mean, who's to say humans, you know, 100 or, you know, or hundreds or even thousands of years in the future, you know, wouldn't necessarily think that. They would think otherwise. I mean, even in, you know, if they're so distant as in, you know, being so distant like they're in colonies, you know, on other planets. I mean, yeah, like, maybe not. I mean, you know, I'm probably wrong on that, but I don't know. I mean, we don't totally know. Goofball doggo. Our military science pants out IMO. I guess. Oh yeah. Let me find that whatchamacallit. Oh, he hasn't even uploaded as a clip, so it's gonna be on stream. Okay, hold on. I should have been doing this the entire time, but I wasn't. So yay. Okay, here we go. So where's the okay, here we go. Is it that early?
Alright.
Wow.
Oh, hello? Can you hear me?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Cool. Now
What's up?
going? For sure. You need that.
Oh, we got him over there.
Need that relaxation time.
Why has he got a goddamn bandana? I just, I just honestly really started absorbing that. Why does he have a bandana on? Like, what does he think he is? Like Rambo or something?
It's a very relaxing game. So, what's your, for the fine people in my audience, what's your name and what pronouns do you go by?
My name's Eddie Liger Smith. That's what I've been going by online for the past few years, and part of the Midwestern Marks.
I mean, wait, is that not your real name? That sounds like a full fucking name. Well, it's further away from Earth, the harder you get to maintain sick cohesion. Well, yeah, sure.
Institute, and then he, him, so.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a collective thing. It took me a second. I thought I was conflating a couple of things, but that's based, right? Collective's a fundamental principle of anarchic governmental organization.
You bet, or communistic governmental organization, I would say, or party organization. But yeah, I mean, we kind of blew up on TikTok, or I blew up on TikTok, so a lot of people associate the Institute with me. But yeah, we got a handful of good people working with us.
Yeah, it's the price of fame.
Okay, I'm skipping like a shitload. We're skipping like 10 minutes.
Harder than this. As I said before, the
or I
conflict,
guess 15 minutes. It looks like the Yankee Tanky started himself for a while. I guess. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I don't know anything about this guy. I just know that, like, when I was skimming around, like, these two were hashing it out a lot, like, very antagonistically. So, I literally have no idea about this dude, but can you even see if he has his noose back there? It's not even, wait, is it not, wait, did he just, like, bring it out in the background later or something?
Between the Ukrainian ethno-nationalists and...
Hold on, let's skip a little more.
Recent.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you can see it. No, it's always been back there. Yeah, see, there it is. It's right there. Like, what the fuck is this? Oh, wait, is that like a fucking cord or something? Is that actually a power cord? What is that? Wait, it might not be a noose. It might be something else. Like, what is that? Like, what is that? I honestly thought it was a noose, but I don't think it is. I think it might be something else. Anyway, let's go back over here.
Humanization.
All right, I think.
I don't know. We're going back. We're going to see what this is about.
Right along with genocidal
So
policy.
I think that's a little hysterical. I think it's bad, and I agree that it indicates ethnic and linguistic preference. Many countries have national languages or have legal distinctions between preferred and non-preferred languages. I'm not defending
Right, and
the
that's
law.
that's not what experts on this issue have a problem with. What they have a problem with is
Are
yes,
the experts here in the call?
What experts have said is the issue with the Ukrainian language law is that it asserts a single identity for the people of Ukraine based on the language that they speak. You know, which then dehumanizes and says that the people who speak Russian aren't actually Ukrainian citizens. They don't have a place here.
Yeah,
which,
I agree that.
Huh? I kind of think I get what he's trying to say. I mean, because in a way, we see this in America a little bit when it comes to people who might be Spanish speaking or speak another language. Or it's like, why don't you speak English here? It's America. You know, you get those fuckers. Right? Like, I mean, I get that, but, like, are those like same social parameters and shit like in Ukraine and shit? Because I don't think they are. Like when it comes to like Ukraine slash like or Ukrainian slash like Russian like as languages being spoken, as far as I'm aware, like at least in Ukraine, I don't think it really matters because like both like are spoken like kind of interchangeably. Probably one of those no credible. So yeah, I think it really is like I got no facts to back it up type of things. I really kind of think it is a little bit because that just kind of seems a little like. I mean, like I guess I'm willing to give a somewhat of a benefit of that. Like maybe there is to an extent, but like I mean, I don't really think it would be the same thing. Like it would, you know, like how it would be over here in America, where you get like some racist chuckle fucks being like, "Why don't you speak English?" or whatever the fuck, or you know, and all that shit. You know, like I don't think it would be the same thing, because like I mean, if you look at Ukrainian and Russian as like languages, they're not really that different from each other. So like I really do think it wouldn't be the same thing. Like I mean, I know at this point, like as far as I'm aware, I think Ukraine has kind of established Ukrainian as like the official like national language and to be like, you know, like officially spoken like in public areas, stuff like that, in like government, you know, like like apparatuses and buildings and structures and shit like that. But like, I mean, all in all, I mean, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. Like, I mean, a lot of Ukrainians also speak Russian, so, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't think it's the same thing, you know, in this case. It's post-Soviet state, Russian is probably the biggest minority language, as in most post-Soviet states. Well, yeah, sure. You know, honestly, it probably is. And, you know, and with that, by logic, you know, probably, you know, there's going to be, you know, Russian minorities, you know, that live in these areas as well. I mean, like, I don't really necessarily think there's like any issue or really frankly there should be any issue with this, but I guess there is apparently. So now it's leaving the like, you know, a whole kerfluffle about all weird bullshit like this, I guess. So I mean, it's so stupid. I mean, you know, a lot of it's just due to the weird pan-Slavic nationalistic supremacist bullshit that, you know, that comes, you know, with Putin and his fucking fascist ilk. So I mean, it's all kind of like, you know, intertwined into that, you know, to the core root of like, you know, what a lot of this whole fascistic, you know, shit is, but just in a very Slavic bent in this case. What if all his had more ability to justify his narcissism than his kid? Oh my god.
Genocidal policy. It's definitely hyperbolic to say that in itself is genocide.
That comes a
but
bit
it's certainly an anti-Russian policy that could go hand in hand with genocide. I also want to say, to go back to something that you said earlier that I let slip. Well, this is in response to what you said. You said that most of the violence was committed by quote-unquote my guys in the Donbass.
They started it seems, in terms of organized violence.
Quote-unquote my guys? What does he mean, like the like separatists in like Luhansk and Donetsk or something? Does he mean those areas?
Their acts of organized violence pale in them digging in their heels and defending their own land from the undemocratically elected coup government.
Supports Putin. I mean, I could kind of figure this. I mean, I kind of infer this at this point.
In comparison to, say, the Maidan sniper attacks that were committed by the protesters, and we now know, thanks to the scholarship of Ivan Kachanovsky, were being led up by these ethno-nationalist forces, Right Sector, C-14, Azov Battalion, etc. Or
I'm very happy to hear that you remembered another talking point you forgot to go over. But it's kind of going backwards
the
now.
Odessa trade union building where trade unionists were burned alive.
Eddie,
these acts of violence, you know, anything that the people of the Donbass did to defend
you might notice.
pales in comparison.
You might notice that. Wait, are you? No, hold on. Are you reading off a script? I saw your pupils wander. Wait, are you reading from chat right now? Did somebody in your chat remind you?
I literally I don't even have the Zoom open. I can't even see myself.
I saw your eyes wander. It was like you had a paragraph you forgot to read, and you were like, "What?"
I think he's just like, I do this sometimes. I think his eyes are just wandering. I'm just giving him the benefit of doubt, but I think his eyes are just, I mean, like some people when they got him, I'm just willing to give him benefit of doubt. I mean, maybe his eyes were wrong. I don't fucking know.
I'm here. Listen,
why are you
this is my job.
You're
we can
lying.
talk about all of this.
Funny
Wait, what did I just lie about?
Hold on, let me. You lied then and said I'm reading off a script. Let me screenshot my screen and send
Oh my
it to you.
god. Oh boy. Oh no. I don't know who he is, like, or this Eddie guy is. I mean, I'm skimming around, so I don't, like, I mean, I was kind of trying to hear what he was trying to say a little bit, because, I mean, because I think it was referring to, like, the 2014, like, the whole, like, revolution against, like, well, I forget his fucking name. Like, back in, you know, like, what was it? Like, I mean, pretty much goddamn near a decade ago at this point. He does get a bit aggressive sometimes, but most of the time I feel like he's justified or hilarious. I mean, it's, I mean, I will admit it's kind of funny, but I will admit I was trying to kind of hear what he was trying to say a little bit, just mainly because, like, I mean, he's not, like, I feel like Eddie's not being entirely wrong, though, like, what he's mentioning, though, if he's talking about the whole 2014 protests and shit. Because, yeah, you had, like, those snipers and, you know, that were literally picking off protesters, and a lot of different trade unions and protesters and, you know, revolutionists then, you know, were getting fucked up and, you know, like, brutalized and shit, for sure. I mean, so, I mean, it's like, you know, at least from what I was hearing, I mean, at least what he was talking about isn't entirely wrong. I mean, because there were definitely, like, a lot of, like, more pro-Russian separatists and nationalists and fascists and shit that, you know, were taking advantage of that type of shit. I mean, I do kind of remember, I forgot the name of the documentary, but I remember watching a documentary, like, I don't know, maybe about, like, 5-6 years ago, that was predominantly about this whole protest and shit that happened back in 2014. And, like, and there was definitely, like, an influence of, you know, far-right ethno-nationalists and shit, you know, that kind of played a role in this. I mean, I'm assuming just based on, like, Eddie's takes so far. I mean, you know, like, I mean, I feel like it's obviously, frankly, it just sounds really misguided about it, I feel like. Because, like, I mean, he's talking about, like, you know, these separatists and, you know, from, like, Luhansk and the Luhansk regions and shit. But the thing is, though, like, a lot of them are, like, you know, right-wing nationalist types and shit. That's the problem. If they were, like, trade unionists and lefty types, I mean, I can honestly see an understanding of, like, you know, the idea of their separatism and shit, especially considering the People's Republic, you know, in their names and shit. But they're not. They're not at all.
Wait, but your eyes wandered off the screen, though. Do you have anything written down?
My eyes wander a lot.
Show me your entire house.
I'm trying to think.
Not so Nazi violence, okay? That's not really a hot take, though. At least not over here.
Show me your whole house right now.
Wars are very complex, like you said.
So we were talking about who instigated martial organized violence, and what you just said has nothing to do with it.
I'm taking a screenshot right now to prove this, because that's hilarious.
Sure. Can you give me, like, a video tour of your house after we're done, too, just so I can really check to make sure that you can...
Oh my god, Bob. What the fuck, Bob? What the fuck, Maj?
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, I mean, I spent all day reading and researching, because unlike you, I actually like to read the things that I talk about.
Can you take a video of you reading?
Oh my fucking god. Oh no. Oh my. Is this what's going on here most of the time? It's like oh my god, they're just fucking taking pot shots at each other. Like, oh my god, man. Here, let's skip around. How long was he actually talking with this kid? Well, I guess for that long. Oh my god, this dude, he talks. Oh my god, he talks to him for a long time. Holy shit. Is it really all about this whole Ukraine thing? Is that what is this about? I swear to God, if I hear anything about the whole Russia-Ukraine thing, if I play this, what the fuck is this? Oh god, I swear to God though, I swear, if it's literally just this the entire time,
NATO troops or invading Russia. That was a pretty...
Oh my god, it is! Oh my god, it fucking is! They literally are constantly talking about this back and forth for like over an hour. Like damn near 2 hours probably. Dude. Oh my god. Really? Like, I mean, holy shit. Please tell me they at least change the topic at the very end.
and the capacity that they have to continue sending weapons into this conflict.
Oh my fucking god! Nope. It literally is just all about that. It just who probably talks about Ukraine, Russia. I think he is funded by Russia. I mean, I don't know. I'm not willing to go that far. I don't know. He just sounds like a very misguided fucking kid. And Jesus Christ, dude, they literally talked about it for that long, man. Dude, what the fuck? If not that, I'll ask him why he's giving Putin free labor. I mean, considering I literally never heard of him before, I really doubt that, like, he has any real influence on, frankly, fucking much. Like, you know what? Let me just look up Eddie Tanky, and let's just see what happens. Am I even going to find his channel? He's hot on TikTok. He's on TikTok. Yeah, I guess he does have a YouTube channel. Well, at least not that I can see. So, I mean, if he's on TikTok, then, I mean, considering that there's, like, so many conservatives and other, like, you know, progressive types and, like, pretty much, like, again, I don't really think he's, like, got that big of a fucking voice. I mean, sure, he might have, like, some sort of a little niche community and shit, but, I mean, I really doubt he's, you know, winning hearts and minds that fucking much. I mean, like, he looks younger than me. Like, I mean, you're alright about that. He also looks younger than me. He looks like he's, like, no older than fucking 22. Like, I mean, he just seems like he's a little misguided about some of his, like, leftism and shit. I mean, because at least from the very, like, little bit that I just kind of was skimming there, like, I kind of see that his heart is trying to be in the right place a little bit, in a sense, but it really is not guided in the right way at all. Just definitely not. I mean, because he's kind of, like, in a way, kind of talking at least, you know, the right things in a sense about, like, you know, advocating about, like, you know, trade unions and shit like that. I mean, he was referring to that, you know, every now and then and shit, but, like, where the actual advocacy of that goes to, like, being a, you know, pro-Putin is literally the antithesis of that. Like, no. Like, that's not how you do it, chief. Like, I get it, Ukraine's flawed, and it is, sure, but, I mean, my guy, my dude. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, Jack. Listen, fat. I just find it, like, just annoying that there can't be, like, you know, a nuanced take about, like, you know, supporting Ukraine. Where it's like, yeah, I could be supportive of the sovereignty and fighting against Russia without necessarily wanting to support, like, America sending just endless billions of fucking dollars of weapons and shit over there and stuff. You know, it's like, I mean, because, like I said, it's just such a hot, shocking take to have. Because, you know, there's apparently no other way to support Ukraine. You know, like, via food, medicine, and other means. It's like, those don't exist, apparently. It's just like, okay. It's not like we're not doing that, but why don't we just predominantly just do that instead? Like, I mean, I feel like we've said enough. I mean, a lot of their neighbors in a lot of European countries are, you know, certainly, you know, doing that right now anyway. And still continuously doing so. In fact, honestly, every time they do it, we actually try to one-up them at this point. It's like, you know, when Germany and Poland were sending a bunch of tanks over, America was like, wait, what? Let's send like twice as many over. It's like, I mean, it seems like, you know, they're willing to kind of pick it up slack. We don't need to try to, like, one-up you with a bigger dick over that. I mean, it's just kind of ridiculous. Just a little bit. Like I said, I mean, it's not like, you know, that doesn't mean you don't, you know, support a country that's obviously getting fucking unconditionally invaded. I mean, that's what I find annoying. It's just like, I guess there just can't necessarily be a nuanced position about it. It's like you either overtly support it or you overtly don't. It's like, can't there just be like, not necessarily like overtly a middle ground about it, but just like a more nuanced take about it. Because, I mean, I don't even think my take is like a middle ground, really. I mean, it's still supportive, you know, of the, you know, like, when it comes to their side of the whole war and shit. It's just that, like, I just have a different take in comparison to the whole, like, yep, just send them weapons, send the same shit. I mean, it's just like the main difference. I just kind of find that a little frustrating with the whole, you know, broader, you know, geopolitical issue when it comes to that. I mean, at the end of the day, I just want that war to fucking end already. I'm sure, especially the Ukrainians, and frankly, even I bet a bunch of fucking Russians feel the same way at this point. Along with plenty of other fucking people. But, not saying too much. You know, thought that too, to checking out. And frankly, I'm just considering if that debate was literally just all about that fucking thing, then, I probably honestly got, like, you know, the decent gumption about what was going on just by skimming around like I did. Because it just seemed like that's what really was going on. More Russia to be itself better. Well, I mean, it's like doing that now, I suppose, so. But the thing is, like, that it does kind of continue the fucking war and shit, and I don't want more lives lost over that. Yeah, at least for me personally. But like I said, I mean, Lord forbid you have a nuanced, you know, take about it, because I guess it's more shocking than not. But right now, while Putin has power, well, like, yeah, well, with Putin, but the thing is, like, I mean, Russia's already, like, you know, basically, you know, like, getting weak, you know, because of that. And it has, you know, slowly but surely. It's just, you know, doing so more at a fucking rapid pace. But, I don't know. I mean, I guess in a sense, I mean, the silver lining about that is that hopefully, you know, like, more partisanship and more revolting happens against, you know, Putin and his administration and his government. Because, I mean, there is a little bit of that happening more often than, like, not at all. I mean, even with, like, a lot of media suppression in Russia right now, I mean, we're hearing a little bit more news about how there's, like, different, you know, like, partisan action and, like, you know, protest stuff going on and stuff. I mean, it's not like it hasn't stopped. If anything, it just kind of slowly but surely continues to kind of grow. I mean, if there is going to be, you know, fulcrum about this whole situation, about that, you know, about the war, is that something will eventually be a fulcrum point. I mean, what that is, I don't fucking know, but, I mean, something eventually is going to be a fulcrum, you know, as to, you know, how that war, and frankly, even Putin's regime, you know, and his leadership ends. You know, maybe it's going to be two different things a little bit. Like, you know, maybe, like, you know, the fulcrum for the war and then, like, Putin's, you know, usurpation of power, you know, are going to be different things. But maybe it might be all, you know, wrapped up in one big bow and be one thing. Which likely, at this point, probably might. And that would be a good thing, at least. The fuck are you doing? What's up? You still have food in your bowl, by the way. And you had a shitload of treats, so I know it's not because you're hungry. If it's because you're thirsty, well, obviously you know you have a water bowl because you're drinking goddamn water. So what's your deal? Fucking fruit. Got this dog. Fucking dog's a fruit. Aye. But anyway, now let's get this last little bowl cash out, and I'll call it good for the rest of the evening. Get myself some food. Yeah. Pizza sound pretty good right about now. He's a boofy boy. He is a boof boy. Ridiculous little sweet boof boy. Jesus, you toasty boy. Anyway, I'll go for the rest of the night, so peace out. And of course, I shall be back around for the next one, so a toodaloo.